Mr. I Want to Be Sedated by the Ramones. Thanks. Yeah, I was muted. I got to be careful not to leave the hot mic on when I'm on starting soon mode, and then I forget to turn it on. Of course, dementia is real. It's not fake news. One of Mr. Wannabe Sedated is tipping $20. So, in celebration of that, we're gonna start today's simul. What's up, Nefidot? On time. Someone on sound, Arsenal fan. You know, if they still, it's nice to see people like Arsenal come back. Of course, someone on sound. Thomas Trainson, Nefidov. We have a little chess club, practically, here in Slaggyville, and that's cool. It makes me want to do this, although, you know, life is always dragging us down. We had a decent weekend, not great. I had to loan some money to one poker player, but hopefully we're going to get it back. But we won our very weak rapid tournament on Friday, and, you know, we didn't have a losing poker session. So that's good. You know, things seem to happen in when I do well, when I play, it's funny, when I play chess, I seem to play poker better the next day, which is interesting. Every time I've had a poker session after Friday chess tournament, somehow they help each other. I don't know. It's weird. You don't get into a rut and you do different things and you think about it more. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, brilliant game last week, true. So, guys, we're going to start the simul. One of Mr. Wanna Be Sedated is donated $20, otherwise known as Mr. Slow. And summer tourney fund is up to $280.73 for those of you with OCD. Like, I have very, very mild OCD. All right. Almost non-existent, I would say. So, all right, simul description. This sucks. Simul description. Okay, classical versus 25 players. Simul rules. Donate. First of all, donate. Defund PBS. Slaggy. Yeah, Slaggy on Twitch. Except, yeah. I wanna be sedated. I look like shit. Wow. Alright. About. Yeah. Donate. Alright, guys, we're getting underway shortly. Thank you for showing up. Donate. Here. Paste. Please donate. Support the stream so I can continue to do this because I live in the Hungarian ghetto, as Nefidov can attest. So life is not easy. We live here to pass the savings on to consumers. If there's no consumers, then I don't know why the hell I'm living here. Although I don't know where I would live otherwise. So just donate, keep me alive, keep me doing this. Save PBS. So what else? We got simul rules. And then we're going to start. Alright. No freaking, no Cheetos. Cheetos. No freaking London system. What else? Yeah. Please don't, you know, please. I love my keyboard. Isn't that loud? Please don't play. Lest you can stay. I'm just going to leave it at that alone. No one will understand what the bleep that means. And then finally, no Hans. No, no bullet. Do that. Good luck. Alright, we're going to start simul. Alright, I got to get my bifocals on. The Pog Champs. I spend too much time playing Hearthstone when I'm like not feeling like doing anything, which is a huge waste of time. But I guess everything's a waste of time. Whatever. All right. Acerbate is here. Evil Crow. That's a cool name. Euruin. Oh, I left Fedogur in. Whoops. Don't know who you are. You might be a nice guy. All right. Richard Brenton. Thomas Reinsen. Arsenal fan. We've got... All right. A bunch of regulars. Someone's missing. Someone on sound. There he is. Somewhat unsound the legend. Mr. Slow, where are you? Mr. Slow? Do I hear... 6 minutes ago, Mr. Wannabe Sedated donated $20, but maybe he's not here. Yeah, I agree, Arsenal fan. That's kind of what I do. Like when I'm burned out, I'll just, fire up the Hearthstone. I could just, something you don't have to think about. Want to do something without just like watching like trash TV, but feel like you're doing something that's like low stress. It's low stress, Then I'm like throwing my computer out the window because I lost in the Hearthstone. Wow, look at the list of players. What the bleep is going on here? Normally there's not enough players. Now there's too many. Brian May of that band. I see you live. I see you live and I raise you. One dad, queen. Thank you. Yeah, I need a little bit of connection sometimes in those neuroreceptors, and you know what it's like. Mr. Slowhand Grind. Pirate, Cheesy Noob, Pirate, Ruslan Bear. I'm just taking all the regulars here. Gutand, the mysterious Gutand. Someone on sound. Alright. It's a good fun game. Well, I know you're Oh, Richard Brenton, yeah, with OCD. Bringing us up to 300. That's right, 300. Alright, Acerbate, thanks for doing that, Saronche. Acerbate posted the Simul link if anybody doesn't know where it is. We're playing a Simul. For those of you who are new here, we're playing a simultaneous exhibition versus up to 25 players. It's classical, it's long. The games can last up even over 3 hours. So we have some rules in place. Don't be an idiot is rule number 1. We should just make that like life rule number 1. Life rule number 1. Don't be a freaking idiot. Richard Brenton donated $19.27, taking us up to OCD level 300. And what else is new, guys? We won the big Rapid Tournament. Oh. Rapid Tournament news. This kind of lame Rapid Tournament is being organized every Friday, first Friday of the month. And it's really close. It's like a walking distance from my apartment, so that's why I play. And it was so weak this time that we just enough players. There was like 10 players, first of all. Last time, in the past there had been like 20 players. There was like 10 players, and I'm by far the highest rated. But whatever, I don't even look at people's ratings, right? And it's FIDE rated Rapid. So the first round opponent was really weak. Then the second round opponent, it's like a guy. I thought he was like 65. He turned out to be like 60. I've never seen him before. And you don't know. You just don't know. I have no idea if this guy is like 1200 or if he's experienced regular tournament player. But I've never seen him before, and I've been living here 20 years. So it doesn't mean I don't know all the players and stuff. So I heard them call out the names, and he's like Balag Imre. Those of you who aren't familiar with Hungarian chess players probably don't know because he's not that active. Something like top 5, top 7 in Hungary, on and off the last couple of years has been Balag Imre, who is traditionally a really good rapid player. Mostly he played rapid more than standard. But Imre got up into like the 2600s. And the funny thing was, okay, it's a fairly common sounding name, but it's actually not that common. So it turns out I played Balag Imre's dad. And he played really well. He played like a perfect game, and he was like pawn up against me in an endgame. I just totally miscalculated something, and he wins a pawn. And he knows who I am. I don't know who he is. And then, because I played his son before, he probably follows his son's results and stuff. So, the dude, like, is lower on time, but he's up a pawn in a rook endgame. It just offers me a draw. I'm like, okay, of course. But I didn't know who he was, And then I joked with the organizer that everybody named Balag Imre is strong. And he's like, yeah, because his dad. I'm like, oh, shit. I guess if you have a 2650, child, it's a good training partner to have, right? If you're gonna be a chess dad, make sure your son is like 2650. Keep you in practice. Anyway, so we won the tournament with 6.5 out of 7 against weak players, but Balag Imre held me to a draw, or I held him to a draw. Whatever. Hopefully, I'm not gonna lose any rating points. The dude is like almost 2,000. He's like high 1900s. All right, we won the other games. Whatever. It's probably a wash. Hi, Sledgy. I follow you on Twitch. Can I join, please? When children become high achievers, anything? Through the parents, yeah. I mean, I know some parents that are real jerks, and even real jerks who are have successful children. These guys seem pretty nice, pretty normal. Normally, parents of these, like, super achievers can be kind of jerkish. All right, how many players we got? 12. Okay. So, hi, Persic Kirzins. Can you... it's funny, like, I would never have guessed it was, like, the father of a 2650, but then when I started playing him, I wouldn't have known. I had no idea if I'm playing a 1200 or a 1900 or whatever, There's a big difference between 1200s and 1900s. So I could feel the way he moved the pieces. One of the things you can tell, this sounds kind of odd, but you can tell by the way people move the pieces how good they are, to some extent. The way people have experience playing, I literally did not look at ratings at all, and it's like the first round opponent was basically playing like 1300. The guy could be anything, and so oh, Mr. Thomas Transon, come back. I could tell, I've never seen him before. And, okay, there are players here who slip through the cracks. He moves the pieces with style, and like, the noobs who are new, and especially people who are online players nowadays, it's really funny. There's these guys, right, in the tournament, younger guys in the tournament, who basically never played over the board, and they probably learned to play chess online. And it's so awkward watching them play with real pieces. They're moving the pieces like noobs. It's like, it's very funny. They're moving the pieces like complete noobs, like, ugh. And they're actually not bad. It's bizarre. It's really bizarre. Kuze 5, please accept, Mr. I really want to play. Call me Mr. You're not, there you are. Kuze 5, Napoleon the 7th. How many Napoleons were there anyway? Alright, fine. Exit cucumber. Cucumber Brexit. How's Brexit coming along? Brexit's nothing compared to the U.S., huh? All right. Just remember, don't be an idiot. It could always get worse. These are the things that keep us alive. Little tidbits of wisdom. Alexander Pavlovich, do you play with all? I can't play with all. Alexander Pavlovich, that would be impossible. Brian May, okay. Wow, this is a pretty strong player. Guys, I don't like accepting people with tons of bullet games. Brilliant move is easy. So anybody gifting some gift subs? Anyone? My real name is 1984 followed. So I like to keep you guys abreast of what's happening. I won a very weak rapid tournament. Now guess what I got for my prizes? I got a large Heineken beer glass. And no, close. I got a Williams Sonoma cooking book in Spanish. Interesting, huh? Nice, huh? Good thing I had the Spanish for 4 years in high school. But still, not a bad prize haul overall. You know, I got a pen too. Better than a mop and a bucket, you know, I think. It's more intellectual. We leave the mop and bucket for the Balkans. We're not in the Balkans here. We give glasses and books for prizes. We're not part of the Balkans. You prefer the money. Gift certificate to Walmart. All right. Dinosaurio. I just like that name, but sorry. Exit Cucumber. Edward. Oof. Brilliant move is easy. Yeah, it's easy, sure. Alexander Pavlovich. Alexander Pavlovich, what's up with your rating differential? Aqua Martin Marin. All right. Botox chick. Brilliant move is easy. I'm sorry, I like to make fun of everybody's name. Keep it loose here. I'm real loose. If you're tired and feel that you can't go on, stop for a bit, Mr. Chess. Mr. Coffee, Mr. Chess. Guys, we're ready to start. It's already 7 p.m. I'm just talking. But anyway, I almost beat no. I drew a Grandmaster's dad. Nice. I haven't seen the results yet. I'm hoping to gain like 0.1 rating points. If I don't lose, I'll be happy. With 6.5 out of 7, actually one of my games was a forfeit. That's the problem. Last time I had the same result, I pulled down 1.5 rating points. But with a forfeit, that's going to cancel out at least one of those points. And the player I drew last time was a tiny bit higher rated than this one, so I could even lose a point or something. How long until feeding ratings become provisional again through an inactivity? I don't think that's a thing, but I mean, you know, it's not a thing. And by the way, I have a 10K factor, which I didn't realize. Another interesting factoid, I don't know why, I thought like all the different rating systems had different K factors. So I had this like false idea that I had a 20K factor in Rapid Chess. And then it turns out that I have a 10K factor in Rapid Chess. My real name, Kimati. Schematics. Alright guys, Jorker. So what's up? 20 players. Can I join? CGN left. Salump is gone. He couldn't. Yeah, I like to kind of... Alexander Pavlovich, I subscribed. Yeah, what's up with your ratings? Wow. Alright. Well, I guess the 1300 is just provisional, but still. We'll let you play. Brilliant moves is easy. Cheyenne. Zion. What's up? 7-7. Dinosaurio. I still like that name. But the very high bullet rating. I'll play Lindsay. Yeah, you're not going in. I'm not joking about the London system. You guys are starting now. We're starting now. Enough of this bullshit. I don't pull any punches around here. Guys, please, girls, whatever. Wow, Sicilian Dragon 1? That's a really strong player. You're too strong, bro. 2,500 over the line. You're over the line. Can't take you. You're too good. Max Relax. Galaxy. If any ratings go over 2,500, I'm sorry. You know, it's just too much. 23 players. Sorry. It's thanks Sicilian Dragon, but you're too good. Why are you saying that Tisha ID? What's he talking about there? Alright. Thank you guys. We're going to start. Let me review the rules. No cheating. No London system. Please don't play if you can't stay for 3 hours. Yes, we're starting. And no bullet. Dinosaurio, I'll let you play. You have no games. 23. Someone dropped out. Somebody left. Going any second now. Again, you can't join if you can't stay more than 3 hours. Please, don't take somebody's place. Alright? Don't be a replicant. Oh, my camera went blurry again. Why does it do that? That's so weird. It just like starts to get blurry for some reason. Alright, we'll just deactivate and activate again. Does anyone know what does that? You're a computer expert. Someone on sound, or you're just a programming expert, whatever. Does anybody understand why the camera would do that? It just gets blurry. Deep stuff. Roy the Replicant. You're doing the soft focus to look. Yeah, it must be a setting thing. Now I'm down to 22. They're dropping out like flies. We're late. We're late for a very important Simul. Candidate Master, 1600. Oof, no games. Like, nobody has any games. Alright, Morfante. It's India. You're in a like later time zone there. My real name Zin, I guess. Brilliant Movie, Easy, Edward, Dorker, Cheyenne. Cheyenne's deeply in the system, dude. That's not funny. What's up, 7-7? Guys, why does everybody have like 12 games? I don't understand. Tisha? It's someone's friend, so I'll let them play. We're going to start with 24. Last call. We're late. Nano from Brazil is in. Okay, that's 25. Starting now. We're going to play in Zen mode, so I don't see the names. Guys, please donate some gift subs and start a hype train today, because I'm poor and I live in the Hungarian ghetto, and everything's so expensive. A large beer is $2. I'm being crushed by the weight of inflation. Please help us. I'm playing in chess tournaments with no prizes. Now, this is a labor of love. Actually, the chess scene here is really bad. Hungsit. Chess scene is really bad here. You know, it's like a reflection of the economy, I think. To a degree, there's probably a lot of truth in that. You'd kill for a large beer for $2. Yeah, but imagine it used to be like $1. I mean, I'm talking about in a cheaper pub. I'm not talking about like a fancy place. The pub on my poor ghetto street, for example, where the locals hang out, you can get a large beer for approximately $2. It used to be $1. So in like 10 years, prices have doubled. Actually, less than 10 years. Now, that's why I moved to Hungary in the first place, because it was affordable, among other things, compared to the U.S. But still, a lot of things, you know, are just as expensive here as in the States. Although, key things like healthcare and rent is less. But catching up quickly. Guess what? You're getting ripped off. I don't know, man. It's been 5 years since I've been in the States. How much is like a beer in the liquor store? Like a good beer. I'm gonna buy like I don't know. How much is a beer? I don't even know. I have no. I have no idea. Large beer at $5 Canadian. A large bear. No, you're talking about. You're talking about Canadian dollars. We're talking about large bears, not large beers. Don't get me confused. All right. Hungary doesn't really have bears. We have beers. No mountains, no bears. Very few bears here. Romania has bears. There's bear alerts. Guys, if you donate to our tournament fund for the summer tournament fund, I will play in October. Okay, August. Sorry, that other month, 2 months before October. August, I'm going to play in Romania, where there may or may not be bear alerts. I love it when I get bear alerts on my phone. So I just do like random. I like to do this when we're playing. It's therapy. This is therapy for me. Honestly, right, Arsenal fan? Is this your therapy too? Nordics are so expensive for booze. Oh man, that's why I never go to Scandinavia. I've been to Scandinavia like twice. If they'd lower the cost of alcohol, they would totally clean up in tourism. But no one wants to go there because the alcohol is so expensive. But that's how they keep the place nice. All right. Dude, I heard like so few people are going to the States now, like entire like half of like flights from Europe are like empty. No surprise. All right, Caro Can. What's up, guys? People, girls, animals, plants, whatever. Welcome, everybody. All right, let's try something different. Bishop c5, Spanish. Norwegian's tax happy. Well, Sweden is the most legendary, right? For taxing stuff like alcohol, I thought Sweden was the worst. You're a taxaholic. People lying around in the streets. Uh-huh. It's a matter of keeping them honest. For their own good. There was something else recently I was thinking about for my own good. Oh no, they did the same thing with me at poker last night. Somebody forgot to buy beer. And there was other kinds of alcohol, but mostly I'll do beer. And then I had this feeling that like it's a conspiracy. They didn't buy beer because of me, to keep me out of trouble, you're paranoid when you start having thoughts like someone forgot to buy beer because they didn't want to see me get wasted or something, You might be slightly paranoid if you start to believe stuff like that. No, like most conspiracy theories, the truth is somebody just forgot to buy the beer. Right? Of course, we all play. Alcohol affects us adversely. You know how it is, Arsenal fan. It's a complicated thing. I think that I'm a little bit too conservative when I'm sober. But it depends. Like, I would never drink alcohol in a serious poker tournament. If I could just drink one beer and not drink any more or something, then maybe. I think the question is, like, can you play when you're pissed? And, how badly does it affect you? You know how people say they drive better when they're drunk and stuff like that? I think that some people have better tolerance, and it can make you less inhibited. Um, there's something there with the not being inhibited. And some people claim like smoking weed makes them perform better and in things, right? But for me, I feel like there's a definite some benefit, probably more. There's more negatives. Chess, no, but I mean, like chess is the same. I used to drink beer when I would play chess. I experimented with that, drinking during tournament games. Because I would get very nervous, it's not good to be very nervous. Um, that's not good either. So if you have mild anxiety or something, I would say, for example, if you have mild anxiety, you'd be like self medicating, and you probably would perform better if you have a couple beers. Um, all right. So F4 right away. Why not? Yeah, it's interesting, you know. If any kind of stuff like this, I mean, I should look into it, but it's not that important to me. Morales isn't here today, by the way. Um, I have a background in psychology, to a degree, literally. Um, I have interest in psychology. I have an interest in chess, and I mean, people must have done like, you know, their thesis on stuff like papers on the effects of alcohol on performance and sports or mental games and stuff like that. I'd be surprised if there wasn't some empirical evidence or studies relating to that kind of thing. But the problem with alcohol is that, and maybe all drugs, I don't know, because I don't really do drugs outside of alcohol. Um, it's kind of like once you start, you don't want to stop. And then it gets really debilitating. It's one thing to drive a car with one beer after drinking one beer, but it's like deadly to drive a car after drinking like three or more. Don't drink and drive, obviously, at all, but I'm sure that everybody can drive fine with like one beer, but nobody wants to stop with one beer. Um, so we don't drink and drive. All right, but chess isn't driving. I mean, obviously, but the performance issues are probably similar. There may be a case for people that are like more relaxed. You could possibly be a better driver, literally, if you're slightly more relaxed. You're not like nervous. You're so like nervous. You're like, very, very nervous people. That's not good either. You're like clinging to the wheel of the car like a grandma who's really scared. That's not good either. If you're not a little bit loose. There's a happy medium. Don't stop drinking though. And never stop drinking. Give your liver a break. So it's the same with games, If you could be naturally relaxed, that's good. But not too relaxed. I feel like we have a lot of Sicilians today. Like every game's a Sicilian. There's almost zero D4. We got a notification. So my favorite subject, alcohol and chess. Don't drink any every week. Yeah. You're growing up. Forced to conform to societal norms. Sucks, man. Sorry. I had a game against somebody. Maybe the move order was different. Masebe's probably played this. Yeah, this is annoying. Always exchanging on e5 sucks for white. It always sucks. I'm going to transpose to a King's Indian. We got a Benko. Benko, baby. Oh, there's a couple of interesting pseudo Krakens here. Mrs. Kraken. Paging Mrs. Kraken. Yeah, I hate the classical. I hate the classical tarot con, but I hate knight f6 even more. Knight f6 and e takes f6. This is why you're better off just not playing. It's better to play the advanced variation. Actually, I played a few fantasy variations recently. Here we have the Godfather defense. Some idiot invented this. Oh yeah, okay. Now the classical was a favorite of an old friend of mine, who's not a friend anymore. No, I didn't kill him, but I sometimes wish I had. Alright, here. Murales not here. That means it's likely Mr. Someone Unsound. What about Mr. Slow? You were playing Bishop's Opening, so it could be Mr. Slow. But normally he was doing D3. What would a pseudo Kraken be? A squid? I prefer the term accelerated Kraken. Did you see that like recently in Science News? Marine biologists, I guess, got for the first time ever video footage of a colossal squid. They'd never really ever been recorded on video. I haven't seen it, I just read that. The colossal Kraken. Collateral Kraken. Now I have, this is just a standard Queen's Indian. Boom, D5 and you're dead. Not exactly, right? But I have to. There's no other choice. I have to. I'm obligated. I'm you see? Kraken. It made me say that. Every time I try to say contractual, I say contractual. Kraken. I'm contractually obligated to say contractual. Because I have these pet openings now. The Kraken, the Godfather. Oh. Draw. Obviously, after Bishop E6 is a draw. Of course it is. Man. No. Oh, latest update on the neighbors. I love this segment of the show. Guys, this is a great idea, actually. To encourage engagement in the stream. Arsenal giving me a new idea to have a segment in the show where everyone tells us something about their neighbors. And we can have, discussion. We'll call it the neighbor segment of the show. So, today's segment... So after reporting neighbors to police, they refused to give Ring doorbell footage as evidence of assaulting me. Oof, this is getting very specific now. Assaulting me and then getting their ass kicked on driveway. Oof, they made up a story. Oh my god, this is awesome. It's so, it's like talk show material, Arsenal fan. Dude, Ring, they have that Ring, man. Ring doorbell footage? Ooh, you live in a snooty neighborhood. Assaults. Wow, this is getting interesting now. I didn't know it got that graphic. Wow. Okay, so there's an interesting move here, by the way. This particular position is a problem for black, I came to find out. So knight c6 is a bit of a bluff. White has e5. And usually that advance is bad. But it turns out e5 in this particular line, instead of castles, is actually better for white. So, Ring originally started as like an independent company, but maybe they got bought by Amazon. Because I was thinking about, doing that kind of stuff when I had the house. And I just opted for like, cameras in the Amazon. What's it called? Anyway, never did the Ring. The thing, it feels, okay, we see all about it on TV and stuff. There's been a lot of cases, interesting stuff. Looting during hurricanes, whatever, Although it could be exploited like a scam, obviously. Good old Ring doorbell service. So, but anyway, so that's getting interesting. They are owned by Amazon, of course. Well, they got absorbed. It's not their fault, The replicants demanded their absorption. So not Jeff Bezos. Bezos has spoken. No, why can't I play knight takes e4? There is some kind of trap here. Oh, there's always traps. I think knight takes e4 is good, no? Oh shit, queen e2. Wait a minute. No. Careful now. This could be bad. The thing is, this is one of those little subtle tricks that you should know if you play the classical. If I play knight takes e4, you have queen e2. And then I was looking at stuff that probably don't work. Oh, man. Yeah, okay. I'm guilty of not knowing the theory cold here. Man, Arsenal fan beating him up in the driveway. Doing the talk show circuit. Queen d4 is interesting, but there's some... No, Queen d4 is a problem. It has a very serious problem. Just knight f3. Queen d4 fails. Knight takes e4. Now, if I castle, white has d3, obviously. I didn't do anything wrong here. This is basic stuff. Just takes and takes. I mean, black could take back with the b pawn, on the previous move, which allows for him to play d4 more easily. I should know this. I think I knew this at some point and I forgot. But again, I play this so rarely. So just went one round, basically, Arsenal. One round, go back to your corners. It was better than watching. The neighbors probably enjoyed that. It was the most exciting thing that happened in a while. Someone on Sound has tipped $10, knowing the theory cold. Yeah, I mean, I just started thinking about playing the classical for something different the other day. He went back to his corner, but he didn't come back for round 2. Being escorted off. Daddy, why did you beat up the neighbor? Dude, what's wrong with this position? So I castle. White has knight. No, white has d3, and then there's no tricks or anything. Rook e8. Knight f3. I mean, how much compensation do I have there, actually? Let's just say castles d3. Rook e8. And now he doesn't have many options. Knight c4, for example, gets kind of complicated. It looks like I have compensation. But how much compensation? Again. Castles, let's see, queen e7 doesn't work. Just d4. Bishop d4. Bishop d4, knight f3. Well, it's another way to play it, but it's not necessarily better. Bishop d4, knight f3, knight c4, rook e1 again. You're running into trouble. Bishop d4, knight f3, knight c4. All sorts of problems there. Alright, I'm freaking wasting time here. I think I have to castle. I'm pretty sure. We hope we have compensation. It better be compensation, or else the classical Spanish just doesn't work at all. So here's an annoying move. Are you threatening to take the pawn on c5? So c takes c, yeah. Alright, I spent an eternity on that one move. And now the old... Okay, so rarely have I faced bishop g5. This is fun. Playing like a bishop g5, f4 Pierce. The Kraken is essentially a discredited relative of the Pierce, right? They're rounding up to pets. These tricks. Hungarian ambulance is really annoying. I just don't think they have a limit on the volume of the ambulances. They're too loud. They don't need to be quite that loud. Alright. Sunday evening, nobody's driving around. You don't need the siren on max. Alright, what do we got? H6. C5, no. B5, no. Queen takes d2 or knight takes d2? The eternal question. No Uber driver today. Oh, did you guys see Uber driver did a blog? And you know what's interesting about Uber driver's blog? Look. The first blog I've read, you know, in like ever. He doesn't mention me. I'm hurt a little bit, you know. No, I'm glad he didn't mention me, because then it looks like a promotion for me or something. But I feel like I've helped Uber driver on his journey to playing chess again. And I know that I criticize him a lot, but you know, you could have mentioned me, Uber driver, a little bit. Nothing, you know, major, just the like, hey, and by the way, I also kind of played like 100 games with International Master Sladgy, who I go way back with. Well, anyway, it's an ongoing blog. We'll see. Maybe I can pay Uber driver for a sponsorship. Yeah, I don't want to play. This is probably someone on sound. I think we had this before. See, now here he wasted a tempo with bishop e6. What's, you know, you wasted that tempo. I played d5. You forced the center to close, but was it worth it? To lose a move? Like, effectively lose a whole move? So I'm kind of into the boulder. I feel a little bit, like, dirty about this. Like, I'm playing the London system on the other side of the board. But I have to admit to, like, not respecting the Bodler enough. Fred Boulder. I always thought the Boulder was absurd. but good players generally don't play it, so it always got no credibility. Knight c6 is yeah, this situation is weird. He's allowing an e5 push, possibly. That's probably not dangerous. What do I do? This may not be that bad for black. We can always just play like g3 or d3. Arsenal has a serious situation. You're not a thug. It's okay, Arsenal fan. We agree. h5. We agree you're not a thug around here. You may seem like a thug, but you're not a thug. Arsenal fan is not a thug.com. I check and see if that domain has been taken. So can I let's just not do the massive simplifications here? I don't mind if you take my bishop on f5. Do I mind? I don't want to get outstripped in development. I mean, I love stripping as much as the next person. Feel like I had this once before. Knight takes d4, lame. You know, queen takes d4. Queen takes d4. Bishop takes d4. I have 0 winning chances. If you let him take your light square bishop, though, is that good? Is that a good thing to do? The castling queenside is dangerous. The thug, it's alright, yeah. I'm only a thug on the chessboard. Chess thug. Dude, it's okay. You don't have to be ruled by guilt, man. Don't be ruled by guilt. You know you're in the right. Not like you almost killed a neighbor and left him with a lifetime disability or something like that. And he deserved it. Oof, the draw for shite. We're getting a lot of these early draw offers. What is that? So, bad timing on the draw offer, dude. Like, I'm going to take your pawn back, and you're worse. Equal at best. The only question here was, and I'm kind of disappointed, like, what happens after d3? Or maybe knight c3, but that I can get a pawn back easy. What happens after d3? That's the real question. This move is not a critical task to black's position. Taking the pawn. 2 wins already. Nice. You guys want to go with... Shit, my knight's already committed to c6. That really restricts my options in these c3 Sicilians. There's some other lines where, you know, you don't develop the knight so early. Oh, bishop b7. Very rare line. That's probably Cheesy Noob. Didn't Cheesy Noob try to play the Benko weirdly before? Or is it just my imagination? This is Nefedov. Man, I don't understand how every time with Nefedov I get the same English. I must play the English against him every single time. Lately. We've had like 4 or 5 Englishes in a row. Nefedov. I knew it was you, of course. So knight h6. That's a weird French. And now this is already good for black. Although I suspect that even one decent player amongst you had allowed this position before. No, Pablo's preparation H. Do you have preparation H in the UK? His preparation is decent, solid. Oh, it's like a hemorrhoid medication. It's a classic hemorrhoid medication. Yeah. Um, the only product, like standard household product you'd see on, everyday television commercials. If you say preparation, it makes you think of preparation H. Purely American product, I guess. Anyway, not a subject we want to continue with. Yeah. We either talk about beating neighbors up or. Yeah, I haven't had a good fight in a while. Or last week I was really pissed at my friend and I lost my temper, but it didn't get physical. But I was really, really angry. If we're gonna, Arsenal fan, if we're here for therapy, we're gonna vent. But then I felt bad. He forced me to play this poker hand in 5-card Omaha where we're like all in with almost nothing. And then I lost, and he only wanted to run it once. And I was like, well, first, even though he knew he was weak, he wanted to run it once. I don't understand that. I get it if you have like a set of aces and you have the nuts or something. What I don't get is like why you want to increase the gambling when you have no hand. Maybe run it twice, but you don't run it once. So he runs it once, and then I lose like a massive pot. And I was like, dude, why are you, it's my friend, why are you doing this? Why do you want to like make me gamble? Just for fun? So I really got pissed at him and lost my temper. The first time, I mean, I would totally be okay with it if he had like the nuts or something, and like, yeah, of course you want to run it once. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, regardless of principles and beliefs and stuff, he knows that. I mean, he knows me, and he knows that I wouldn't want to gamble, randomly like it's roulette or something. And we're friends, and there's no reason to do that with a friend, I was like, but anyway, that's not the point. I had a legitimate gripe, but it was like 7 a.m, and everyone's tired and drunk and tired and drunk, and I just lost my temper, and it was like, okay. He had to warn me, like, I was almost out of hand. I mean, he had to warn me, like shut your mouth, basically, like he was my dad or something. I was seriously talking back, and I had to de-escalate. So you just made me think of like, have I had any like, run-ins with anyone? But I'm pretty chill lately. Like on the stream, I don't. Where should I put this bishop? I mean, I'm not as volatile as I was like even 5 years ago. I'm chiller, exactly. I don't like that though, like losing control of your emotions. The point that I'm trying to get to is that in the heat of battle, whatever it may be, whether that battle is waged on the driveway, in the war, on the battlefield, or on the chessboard, or in the poker table, whatever, it's really important not to lose your cool, and I did, Um, and like, whatever. But I apologized. Not immediately, but, I think it's important. I felt bad for losing my temper, and not necessarily bad for him because he's a dick, but bad because I shouldn't lose my temper like that in front of everybody else. You know, it's a personal issue. I shouldn't have a freaking outburst in front of everyone else. Like it's just not cool. Um, Whatever. As we get older, I think we get chiller. But at the same time, I'm chiller, but I'm also like, another thing that bothers me is now that we're going to do psychotherapy. Um, I'm chiller, but I'm also. Oh, by the way, I lost to. This reminds me, I lost this line. This might be Nefedov. No, Nefedov's the other game. Who's playing the black side of the Slav Gambit? Oh, remember I lost that heartbreaking game a couple of years ago. That was the 2020, 2021 maybe? Oof, there was this horrible game. I was winning in one move and I lost. A lot of people don't know how to apologize. Exactly. And I felt like, I'm not like the kind of person who's like guilt ridden. A lot of people like just all about guilt. But when I know I did something wrong, I was out of line, then yeah, I don't feel right. I don't feel right about it. I didn't want to apologize at the time. Okay, you're pissed off. But yeah, I still apologized. Even though I disagree with him and I think he's a dick, I still apologized. It's the proper thing to do. Knight A6. Anyway, I'm getting really chatty here today. Look at that terrible move F6 by black in the Caro-Kann. It took me years to learn to apologize. Well, yeah, another thing, like some people are really stubborn. It also has to do with your influences and how you're brought up. But yeah, there are people who like are fully like middle-aged adults who've never apologized in their lives. But I guess it's kind of a selfish thing to some degree, right? Makes you feel better. It's not just about making you feel better, but it's partly making you feel better. I don't like when there's that unresolved tension of feeling like, wow, I was really a jerk last week. All right, so the draw offer was made. White gave up the late square bishop here. We should probably talk a little bit about chess, but so far the games are early stage. Not a lot going on yet, so allowing us to talk about a lot of random stuff. I'm tempted to play bishop f5, to go forward rather than go backward, but then you have to calculate like g4. This looks like a problem. Thanks to g4, I probably can't play bishop f5. And knight f6 walks into the pin, so I feel like I have to go here. It's like a suboptimal knight square. Here's one of our favorite Godfather positions. Assume the Godfather position. So, alright, I'm going to take the pawn back. Usually people try to hang on to that pawn. Nothing's gotten crazy yet. These games are very, very controlled today. Really nothing to... Maybe it's me. Clocks are below the boards. Oops. What? I don't know what you mean. Please move at the right. Bro, what is he talking about? I don't know what he means. Does anybody want to help me elaborate on what that comment is about? That's weird. The clocks are mildly cut off by the stream interface. Well, all I see is that, like, the first digit is mildly cut off. True. All right. That's what he means. Okay. No, he's a legitimate gripe. But that's weird. It's not that way on it's not that way on my YouTube. For some reason on the other one. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me fix it. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's a legitimate gripe. I can move it a little, so at least the clocks are perfectly visible. Alright. But the way he phrased it, under the boards, that was weird. Alright. I didn't know what he meant by under. It's over a little. Yeah. A legitimate criticism. Okay. So what do I do here? There's nothing to do. 2D board. I think this is probably Cheesy Noob. Oh wow, it's your ruin. With the early Bishop B7, I mean, that's generally not played. I had the feeling that Cheesy Noob may have played the Benko at some point. I had no other guess. Acerbate, what's up, bro? You've been kind of quiet today. It looks good on YouTube. 24 hours to go. I want to be sedated. I never got into the Ramones. I wasn't into punk rock music, oddly, until I'm older. The older I get, the more I get into like punk and punk type bands. And we're gonna talk about music now. So the Ramones, I just never really got into. In my late middle age, I'm really appreciating like punk bands a lot more. All right. Anyway. Better. Good job. Looks great. It's a little uneven even now, but fine. Whatever. It is what it is. This is horrible what happened to black here. Happened to this guy. So that bishop f5, I am shocked. White played pawn takes d4. Knight takes d4. Yeah, you can't please everybody musically. So knight takes d4. You have to play bishop takes d4 at this point. This is like a lame IQP. Have to is relative. Nah, it's awkward. How's he going to resolve that bishop moving if his g2 pawn is hanging? There's a check on a4. Maybe that's the basis of his hopes here. No, I'll just go back to d7. Black's just got an issue with that. Okay, so what do I do? So if I play e6, he has queen e4 check. Super annoying. In the meantime, we have other moves, special moves. The Russians will bring special players. Oleg Romanishin. We should make up our own quotes and put them. G6. For example, queen a4 check, bishop d7. G6, bishop c4, queen takes g2. We'll have to be a little careful there, but I think we're good. G6, knight f3, bishop g7, bishop c4. G6 doesn't feel right. All right. My plan here was to play a4, but I'm out of book. I know you can play bishop d3. I know. So that's our debate. Do we play... I'm not a big expert on the Grand Prix attack, but I know this line is not supposed to be that great for black, probably. Zen chess, for example. Tempted into something odd. Someone on sound, thanks to the donation, guys. We're up to 310. We're up to 310 for summer tourney slush fund. Bro, can we get the hype train? A rocket to Russia. Yeah, guys. Speaking of music, though, great underground music, icon died last week. David Thomas from Para Ubu, who was rocking into 70s. Rocket from the Tombs, Para Ubu. Just a really lesser known, huge music influence on a lot of bands, died. And sadly, I almost got to see them if it wasn't for fucking COVID. Greetings from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Greetings indeed. So do I play a4 or bishop d3? Bishop d3 seems more tight. So the Bodlering. Oh wow, you discovered Para Ubu when they made a cover of Final Solution? Yeah, which is like maybe one of their best songs of all time, right? I just discovered them really late, like in 2000 something, 2010. I never knew their music, and I was just listening to random stuff, like on YouTube or something, and I started seeing these, songs by Para Ubu. I was like, what's that? And I started listening, and it was like, wow, these guys are awesome. And they never wanted to be rich and famous. They just loved playing music. Just an awesome indie band. But I think that Para Ubu, to the cognoscenti, to real musicians and stuff, they were way better known by musicians than like, music fans. Such an amazing, crazy. I always. Just. I'm not surprised that they weren't famous. Of course, they never wanted to be famous. All right, so. But I was impressed by David Thomas because he just, had so much energy, even when he was like an old man. He looked older than he probably was. I think he was only like 72. I'm not sure. He seemed older than he always seemed older than he really was, but. All right, Queen A5 check. Now that I'm old, I realize 70 is not that old. It's like scary. Okay. I'm a young man trapped in an old man's body. Help! Help! So, yeah, if you don't know Para Ubu, you should definitely check them out. And they're going to keep going in spirit anyway. They've got like a Patreon. Queen A5 check. This is a weird move. What do I do? Maybe Black wants to play B5. That's unlikely to be good. This player offered a draw earlier. I can play c5. I'm on the fence about that. Yeah, we talk about everything here. I love just, you know, free. What do you call it? Whatever. Free expression. Astrobate's been very quiet. Thomas Transon, real classic rock fans, man. A classic rocker. I don't know about bishop e6. So anyways, queen e7, a very strange move there by black. My opponent, Jeroen. If I play a4, what happens? You play a5. Oof. No, if a4, a5, and if knight b5, black can hold with knight a6. Or sacking the exchange. So I don't know. I'm going to play routinely here. Alright. The old Checkaroonie. Black is better. You don't think you know Billy Squire. Well, you know, you're not old enough to really be expected to, you know. You've got to be like, well, if you're American and 10 years older, you would. Hey. Alright, whatever. We'll just develop our pieces. So, b4. What is that? I don't want to trade queens, that's for sure. Oof. Boulder versus Boulder. Boulder. Knight on a4 looking kind of awkward. Oh shit. What do I do? I don't really want to trade pieces, I'll be honest. Now, queen h5, neat. Neato. So who's down to 4 minutes? Shockey? Shockey's on the Simul. Is he? We don't have Shockey. We go from therapy to like music, and no talk about chess here. Chess is out of the question. Chess, we don't talk about chess here. That should be, we should put that in the list of things that are banned. Talking about chess in the stream is out. I just do the stream for therapy. I'm in a good space. Good headspace. So, front end loader. Astrobate, if you could be any piece of construction equipment, what would you be? Let's analyze someone. I'd be a front end loader. You could be a piece of heavy construction equipment, you know, or machinery. Which would you be and why? You know, black's bishop on b7 is, you know, kind of like a Queen's Indian bishop, buried. Can I hit him with an early e5? And if so, is it worth it? I don't know, guys. It's a lot of time. You loosen d5. Is it worth it? a4. Maybe a4 now. All right. This is interesting. This could be Arsenal fan. Yeah, there's an Arsenal smell. Anyway, this has a very Arsenal feel to it. No? The Chigorin thing? Inside castle. I probably have like a 35% chance of being right, but it feels like a good value bet. I'm going to say this is Arsenal fan. Alright. Well, I said 35% chance. Maybe that was a little optimistic. Probably that was too optimistic. It was a guess. Alright. You could have been Arsenal fan. Used to be Arsenal fan. But we're gonna... What are we gonna do? We love this Catalan. I love me a good Catalan. Problem is e3, bishop h3, trading off my huge bishop on g2. Queen a4. Definitely an option. Definitely. Who the solid approach. This can't be Summon Unsound, or could it? Mr. Slow, Summon Unsound. Guys, hype train, come on. It's time for the hype train. Get on the crazy train. The delayed pressure on the center. If probably Mr. Slow would use more time. So I guess I'd go with Summon Unsound here. Got him! Good. Good guess. Good guess, Sladgy. Summon Unsound likes to leverage that time pressure. You know, he would never have like 10 minutes and 23 seconds at this point. Yeah. But I think that black is fundamentally absolutely fine here. But as usual, I could easily overestimate my position. Bring. If they're going to defund Sesame Street, no more like bring aliens on Sesame Street. Donald Trump is defunding Sesame Street because they made fun of him with like Donald Grump years ago with a trash can tower. No politics. That's the other rule. Okay. No chess and no politics. Sorry. I couldn't help it. Ooh, I'm getting hungry. I'm hungry. Queen e7. If I take on e4, you take on e5? Or what? I take an e4, you take an e5. He's sure as hell not going to trade queens. Well, I don't know, man. Knight takes e5 looks playable. That's a strong knight you've got there. After d takes e, knight takes e5. I probably have to try to eliminate... I'm going to have to eliminate that knight with, like, knight d7. which would be fine, but this position makes me wonder. I mean, do I have anything extreme? But we don't want to give him, some crazy ass double edge position. Like knight g4, queen e2, and he castles queenside or some kind of crap. I really prefer to keep this, we don't want this degenerate into an Arsenal fans driveway situation kind of thing. What was that? Another notification? Asia Pacific Know-How and the Silva have followed. Thank you, guys. Trash truck driver versus Slaggy in Boston type situation. Yep, that's what we don't want to see here. Yeah. So if I do defend my e5 pawn, I should do it without my rook. My rook is important, and my rook is defunding the f-file attack. Get it? Defunding. Rook, yeah. So it's an interesting position. Queen d6 looks solid. That's actually kind of tricky, though, and white might even have d4 there, unbelievably, right? Queen is exposed there. Queen e7. Pawn sacrifices should be included. Queen e7, pawn takes pawn. He's got really good control of d5. We didn't talk about d4, and we should consider d4. It's controversial. Bishop g4. Man, there's so many candidate moves here. That's the worst, though. I mean, I could spend an hour considering my options here. I have literally like 7 different candidate moves. I don't know what to play. That's hard, Chess is easier when it's so. You lose the game to the guy who found the only move like 15 times in a row. Isn't that the worst? You're like, I dictated the course of events the whole game and I lost. And the guy just like played only move after only move after only move. It's much harder to play when you have options. I have so many options here. Maybe something obvious, like pawn takes pawn, take a second time on d3. You take back with the c pawn. Then I challenge your knight with knight d7. You trade it, I take back. You have a lot of dark square weaknesses. It's funny. Let's try this. Maybe you will trade queens. You're like lying to me. I still think that black is fine. It's a very controversial decision by me. But as I said, like, it's hard. I have a million options. Here, alright. Pawn takes. Dude, that's how Imre Balog's dad... I've got to be careful what openings I choose. I played the Queen's Indian against Imre Balog's dad. If you play the Queen's Indian against a low-rated player, not the greatest opening to try to play for a win. As I'm coming to find out. I mean, Brandon 1950, who obviously has a very strong son, played like a perfect game against me and offered me a draw when he was like half a pawn better. He played a perfect game, like according to Stockfish. That's the thing, though. There's different types of positions, and exactly like certain openings are really inherently like kind of drawish. You've got to strive for imbalance, and I didn't do that. That's why I couldn't beat a 1950. Okay, I didn't know, if I had known he was as good as he was, I probably would have handled it differently. Alright, what are we doing here? Anyway, I played a rapid tournament the other day. Said Rapid tournament was very weak, but this is the third one I played, and in all tournaments I was undefeated, but I've allowed 777 minus 120 games Rapid. Okay, the first tournament wasn't rated, but still 20 games Rapid against all players like 2100 and lower. No Masters. Well, there was one. There was a couple Masters, but their ratings have fallen under 2200. Let's say. Actually, I'm thinking that Emre Balag's father might have been Master Strength in Rapid at some point, probably. You know. You see this with a lot of players. He's 60. When he was 40, he was probably like 2150. Okay, close. But they didn't have Rapid ratings back then. If I can play these tournaments and not lose rating points, that's a decent achievement. I'm kind of bummed that there's no good tournaments. There was another Rapid, and the Ukrainian IM Alexander Reprintsev, out of nowhere, like, appeared and like beat several lower rated young masters. I played Reprintsev in Blitz like 30 years ago on ICC. I also played him live. I thought he was Russian. I don't understand, like, Ural, he's from the Urals? Isn't that like Russia? He lives in Washington, D.C. I like playing Rapid. Plus, it's not classical, but it's still like kind of real chess. It's a good compromise. Pseudo chess. So anyway, I just scanned the results of Hungarian tournaments. There was another Rapid and like, you know, Reprintsev is old. I mean, he's like older than me. But he was always a decent Blitz player. And he has funky openings. He plays the Albin, always like the B3 Sicilian. Some weird stuff, but he really knew it, you know. I had a B3 Sicilian against him. He was supposed to play in the World Senior last year, didn't show up. Don't need that light square bishop. I hope your name is not Acerbate. But you've got a repertoire like Reprintsev with the funky openings. That can be very nasty to handle in Rapid. If you know him and you got him figured out, then he's a dead man. Like, he tried to play the Albin against Uncle Yerbo at the World Open once. Yeah, good luck with that. That was really ugly. But those people with the kind of good players with coffee house openings. Speaking of good Benonis. Very important what opening you choose to play against who and what situation, etc. Well, he was playing the Albin even before. Yeah, I guess maybe around the same time when Morrow started playing it. Oh, another thing the guy does, really weird. He would play the Scandinavian without playing c6. So he would do like a John Bartholomew style queen takes d5 Scandinavian, And his pet line was just not playing c6. You know, doing like knight c6. So the queen almost gets trapped on a5, but it doesn't quite get trapped. There's all these like weird lines. So that type of stuff where like if the opponent doesn't know the exact refutation, it can be good. You know, so there's like one refutation, and if you don't know it, the dude gets away with like a good position. The type of stuff. You know, it's exactly all the guy's repertoire was like based on stuff like that. Can be very effective against unexpected, you know, even strong but unprepared opponents. And I think, you know, you got like these young Hungarian FMs who are objectively strong, but they just don't see these openings. You're gonna lose like the first time you learn your lesson. So he's like a 60-something 7-year-old guy, easily winning a rapid tournament against like 3 strong Hungarian young internet players. Let's say. Yeah, because of his trappy openings and fast, and you've got, you know, you're fast. Even if you're old, you're fast. You have good endgame technique, and Jesus, Queen C2. Now that's subtle. To be fast, have good endgame technique. He beat me in a rook ending, with really good technique, years ago. Now I'm screwed, huh? Well, that's upsetting. That is upsetting. I guess I have to play g6. Not thrilled about this. But I'm talking about this princess stuff just as an example of playing rapid chess, how it's different. You know, you get away with like sort of sleazy, weird openings and stuff better than in classical. There's an important practical element. The Kraken, for example, I think is great. I played it a couple times. I played it a couple times on Friday. Okay, I'm playing kind of noobs, but they have no idea what they're doing. You know, sometimes with offbeat openings, you can make relatively decent players look like they're just driveling idiots. You know, I used to do that when I would play. Whoa, what is that? What? Excuse me? Wait, did you even make a move? What was your move? You played Queen D2? Dude, wow. He doesn't recapture the pawn. There must have been something there. Wow. He must have been afraid of something. So why did he reject pawn takes pawn? Yeah, this isn't like, oh, Mr. Genius move. It's self-preservation. You know, he realized if he plays pawn takes pawn, I have queen e7, and he's kind of screwed, right? Pawn takes pawn, queen e7, d4, knight d7. And now his e3 pawn is going to be hanging. So this is like self-preservation, basically. He's not just being nice. Doesn't look good for white. This doesn't look good, dude. Sometimes self-preservation isn't enough. And The Godfather, with the death of the Pope, Godfather somehow feels even more important. I guess that's why Donald Trump wants to be the Pope. The whole mafia thing, you know, he always kind of liked being a gangsta. Even though he's not, he's obviously not Italian. The New Yorker idolizing the sort of mafioso crime boss. All right, what are we doing here? At the point where I don't know what exactly I want to do. In our standard Bodler, this is Nefedov. This is Nefedov. We're being defunded. Defunded. Guys, thank you for watching. Let's start a hype train. We can all donate to Saji so that he doesn't die and starve to death. I look underweight, right? He looks kind of underweight. I think we should donate. Pawn takes pawn. But what's the point here? Oh my god. Alright, so we have options. Always options. Bishop g6, rook f8, bishop takes f5, pawn takes f5, e6. They're like all shit is breaking loose. I should play bishop g6. Problem is the access to g5. Bishop g6, rook f8, knight f4. Oh, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to do something like I didn't really want to do. An offer you can't refuse. Think about it. Next move. Boop. Alright. I would rather not block my queen, I guess. So I have to go here. This is a Rilipez. You think this is Arsenal? This feels Arsenal-like. We'll guess him. Yeah! I knew you guys. Come on. Arsenal knows how to play the white side of the Spanish. Mm-hmm. So here, I guess knight a5 is just bad because of b4. So here's the issue. It's got the Bobby Fischer pawn break on the queen side. I have to very seriously consider my knight. Even the Raportian knight a7 needs looking at. But basically, the problem is if I play knight e7, he plays c4. If I take on c4, he takes with the knight, and that's really nasty. So what about not? What if I don't take on c4? I need to do something like break his center. Maybe knight b8, and then on c4, I have c6. And then like b3 and he locks the queen side. So I think we could probably do knight b8. I'm feeling less congested than on e7. Yeah, I like my position here, but okay. Let's not underestimate someone on sound. The biggest mistake you can make is underestimating someone on sound. Takes with a knight. Had to. Is a bad structure. Arsenal fan? Yeah, you always have. Rook e8, leaving f7 weak. I really wanted to develop my pieces. Yeah, screw it, man. I don't like that bishop on b3. f2 is weak. But we can play bishop f4. I'm not sure it's a good move necessarily. Should I just play... And who is this anyway? This is an Albin. Another Chigorin. Yeah, I don't know who this is, but it's not Arsenal fan. Nothing's gone our way. The light squares are done. This is like Richard. Richard would use more time. It's in English. Someone else played this before. I forget. Arsenal. That's an interesting game we got. This is too much time. Why does 16 minutes 52 cents? 6 minutes 52 cents. What if I take on f7 and then play knight f4? So many options, but I don't like allowing knight g5, and it's not covered. I can't play h4. Black just says bishop takes h4. This is a serious issue. So I was considering taking on f5 here. If I don't, black will play knight g5. I don't have a place for my knight f3. So bishop takes, pawn takes. e6. Bishop takes, rook takes. I don't know, man. His knight could get really unpleasant with me. How about bishop takes knight f4? And if g5, I have knight takes d5, pawn d5, e6. Controversial. Rook e8. We're looking at possible top tier banter. Banter chess. Banter battle. What a position. What a great Albin. Reprincev would not approve. I love that name though. Reprincev, like reprinting. Always loved his name. Yeah, he was supposed to play last year in the World Senior. I didn't see him. Top tier. So what if I played Rook d1? How could that possibly not be good? I don't know. It's a good question. There's Rook d1, Queen e6. Sorry, knight g6. I also have e4 in some positions. Whoa, your a2 pawn is hanging. Wow. I gotta take it, right? It's a pawn. It's mine. I love that pawn. And the pawn loves me. If I play queen a4, he plays a3, I sack. Sack, sack, mate. Maybe that's even better. Did someone say sack sack mate? Sack sack aster mate. The ultimate Benoni.
Come out with your hands up. You in the neighbor's driveway.
Oh, I love that. Bishop a2, b3, bishop a3 check. Yeah. El Clasico. Now bishop g5. Knight takes d5. Oh no. That could actually be good. No, I'm just taking. Oh no. Bishop h2. Bishop e3. Bishop d2. I provoked you into playing knight h5. I love my positions today. This is gonna be my first perfect simul. I can feel it. Phil Collins is singing to me right now. Oh no, castled kingside. I can feel it in the air tonight. Don't ever underestimate someone on sound. God damn it, it's raining again. Come on, guys. When is the hype train starting? Get some gift subs fired up. Come on, very few gift subs this week. We got to get living bodies in here in the stream. Enough of this zombie stuff. We need more warm bodies. I can feel it in the air tonight. What would Astrobate do? Oh, b4? Just take it down? Take it down. All right, there it is. Richard Brenton gifting 5 gift subs. And that's the hype train. Lump of Coal, Adva, Soyuz Gado, The Ailush, Sebas Gamer, and Shocky. Shocky, what? Arsenal fan gifted the gift sub to Shocky. I was like, is that 5? That looks like 6. Nice, guys. Arsenal fan gifting to Shocky. Good old Shocky. Shocky therapy. We do Shocky therapy here. Okay. Now, luckily, I have knight takes d5. That was the plan. And then, guys, awesome. Shocky, you're not playing. Or are you? Shocky's not in the simul, is he? He better not be. Here we go. We're feeling like we're playing Imre Balog's dad. Be very careful when you play the sons of grandmasters. You're son of a grandmaster. Fathers of grandmasters. The league title. Astrobate gifted. That's 3. Asia Pacific know-how. What do I do? Help. Oh, b3. Hoof. This doesn't look good for white. Hoof. Wow. Symmetrical call. Symmetrical lineup. Bing. Thomas Trenson donated 100 bits. That's like... That's half a beer. Thomas Trenson with a half a beer. That's a small beer. You donated 1 small beer. Kill. Alright. It's time. to party. Let's do it. It's Arsenal, yeah, C4. Nice. Guys, hype train, we're almost there. Come on. Gift hype train. We're almost there. We're in the hype train. Arsenal fan with 500 bits. Mr. Snowhand donating. Thomas Transon donating. We got the hype train. We got a hype train, no? I don't know, for some reason my Twitch is kind of laggy. I'm not getting these hype train notifications. Like, it's not clear to me if it's there or not. Hype train level 1. We are in a hype train level 1. Arsenal fan donating 500 bits. So here's the critical moment, guys. Arsenal putting pressure on my position with C4. Guys, I saw this blog yesterday. Oh, Mr. Snowhand did. What is that? How many gift subs is that? Gifting 6 gift subs to S. Mirsedene, HG 2020, HG 20091. Sorry, Miro, Minor Koala, Serapi Chess, F Bar, and Pyrat 77. We're working on hype train level 2. There was this blog promoting Richard Branson with 500 bits. There was a blog like kind of promoting Jacob Agard, like he's the god's greatest trainer ever. I don't know. I think he's just a random guy who kind of runs a publishing company, but whatever. He made some comment. What was it? Oh, some tidbits of wisdom. They were like, some of the things he said are so... One of the tidbits of wisdom was like, don't release the tension unless you get something. I was like, I don't remember the exact wording, but the effect of the great tidbit of wisdom from Jacob Agard was that don't release the tension unless you get something from it. Wow. Dude. That's deep. Fuck. That's so deep. That's deep. That's too deep for me, you know. No, he's a borderline GM in a class with, like, you know, Jesse and Brian Smith. Obviously, you know, not a bad player, but he's not like... To treat him like he's Dvoretsky or something is ridiculous. He runs, like, chess publishing or, I don't know, those... Yeah. Anyway, it's hard. It's just hard to differentiate between really good chess trainers and people who are just good at promoting themselves. It's like fake news. It's like you're fighting against fake news. Yeah, I'm sure Jacob Agard is okay, or Agard. I'm sorry, I'm pronouncing his name wrong. I'm sure he's good. He's you know, at least as strong as me. Objectively, probably a little. I'd hate to say better than me. I never played him, but maybe. He is a GM, technically. Though so are a lot of other people that aren't better than me. But whatever. I just, you know. Ooh. Knight takes c5. I obviously suck. Jeez. Wow. Is Shaki here? I think Shaki's here. We just saw him. Shit, you're kidding me. This really? Oh no. Wow. That's so unfair. You can do that? He has been very active as chess trainer in Denmark. Well, I mean, he like, yeah, I don't know, man. He just seems like Mr. Self-Promotion. I don't know. I just never... I hate people that over self-promote. I mean, I don't hate them like I want them to die. I just... I'm Mr. like non-self-promotion. And I'm sure there's a lot of better trainers who no one ever heard of. It's kind of like Per Ubu, you know? What I'm talking about is that I'm the Per Ubu, you know, and Jacob Agard is like U2 or something. You know what I mean? It's like bands that are really successful, even though they're not better than other bands, or maybe not as good. They broke through. You know, um, it's a question of breaking through. But I just, it's just part of me ranting about blogs. The wor- the worst thing is that people using the lead chess blogs, and now a good thing did occur though. Lead chess now enforces this thing where they force people to like label blogs as like promotional. This is like blatantly promoting Jacob Agard, whatever, which is cool. I appreciate that. We got a hype chest because take your promotional stuff to chess.com. Honestly, absolutely, Arsenal fan. Absolutely, I agree. I mean, but the context of the blog was not treating him like a publisher, like an accomplished chess publisher, which he is, a very accomplished chess publisher. But some kind of like legendary trainer is kind of bullshit, it seems like to me. Um, let's call it what it is. The guy's a very successful chess publisher, and a grandmaster, but the blog that I saw treated it like he was some sort of, you know, chess training god. Bishop c2 on the board, boys and girls. You know what? The problem with this move is it doesn't work. I could sack my queen. Now, the problem with Bishop c2 is that I don't care about my rook. That's the problem with Bishop c2. I'm more than happy to sacrifice the exchange. If there's something better, I have an extra rook. Where that came from? See? If I didn't have another rook there, maybe I would have a problem now. I just don't know what the best move is. Should I just take the pawn? Because staying on this diagonal might be fun too. But I think that all moves are good. But seriously, maybe staying on the diagonal. His rook is unprotected. So let's say like queen b5. Whew. Queen b5, bishop c6, pawn c6, queen c6. That looks really nasty. I just stay on the diagonal. I don't mean to diss Agard. I'm trying to approach things just using him as an example. When you see the blogs, legendary chess trainer, maybe the greatest of all time. Well, he promoted himself even more than Dvoretsky. Yeah. This is the era of self-promotion. I hate queen c7. I guess I should play queen a5. I don't mean to come off the wrong way. I'm not the greatest chess trainer either, but I feel like we're underrated. Someone asked me an interesting question yesterday. Really interesting question. What do you guys think about this? A friend of mine who's a young poker player, smart kid in his early 20s, who doesn't seriously play chess. He asked me what I do. I told him I teach chess. I'm a chess trainer. And he was like, his first question, this is very interesting. His first question was, aren't you afraid that AI is going to you're going to be outsourced by AI? And I was like, huh. No one has ever asked me that, And it's an interesting question. What do you guys think about this? Are we all going to be out of a job? Am I going to be out of a job? due to AI? Mr. Can you be a GM? Mr. Of course. Of course, my odds are getting lower every year. But I'm hoping to win the World Senior. We'll get lucky one year. I mean, I think that the issue is, yeah, imagine AI, man. I mean, humans are bad enough. It's like, AI like sampling random YouTube videos. How the hell does it know the difference between what's true? There's so much trash training out there that it'd be almost impossible for AI to differentiate between what's correct and what's, garbage. Right. I mean, this is coming from a guy who doesn't know chess, and I think it was a very interesting question, to be honest. It made me think, because I hadn't really considered it as a threat to my career as a chess trainer. It's worth considering. It's, I mean, okay, like, what about golf? Is AI gonna like outsource golf coaches? I mean, how do you compare like a more physical sport? Of course, there's lots of psychology in golf or tennis, but are golf and tennis coaches gonna lose their jobs because AI? I mean, yeah. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people who are not going to take chess lessons because they think they can learn chess from AI or whatever, right? So, maybe from a perspective of losing customers, if you want, yeah. But whatever. Those people are not gonna. They're not going to learn anyway. So I just chop here, get it over with. Look at this position. I love this position. You would gently disagree with that assessment, but I've rolled out AI in 2 companies now, and it really is impactful. Yeah, it's interesting. I've ignited an interesting debate. My job is done here. Broiling the community. Broiling. My job is done here now. Giving up my late square bishop. So, oof, that pawn was painful. Ouch. Did not like losing that pawn. I got royally screwed on that Grand Prix attack. The human element, I mean, dude, we're talking about teaching people, You could get AI maybe to recommend your openings based on statistics or something like that. But I still think that, yeah, chess trainers or coaches or teachers, their job is to help people to learn. There's a lot to it, getting through the into the brains of people. It's about that. Getting the message through. '94. What if I don't play 94? How would you feel? Say I didn't. My A pawn is going to be an issue no matter what here. Well, anyway, it's worthy of further consideration. The whole question of... I don't think that I'm in, I don't think that people are going to be learning chess from AI better than other humans. But maybe in the future, that's a thing. What do I do now? I mean, my knight's there. I haven't even won a pawn yet. I wanted to take your pawn. Yeah, I played 94, but it's like a misdirection. Kind of wish I hadn't now. Alright, let's just take it. Who is that pawn up guy? I love this position, really, with the pieces where they are and stuff. It's insane. Oh, that doesn't look good for black. The Albin. Alright, G6. How's my queen doing? Good? Igniting debate wherever he goes. Sledgy. I don't think I will replace a human teacher. Right now, I think the problem is, too, how would the AI know, even what's right and wrong? I mean, so many competing visions of how to play chess, for example, really, if you think about it. Very difficult. That's why really, I would argue that YouTube, learning chess via YouTube, as much as I have my own YouTube channel, whatever, ultimately learning chess by YouTube is, it's tricky. Yeah, rook a4. Very correct. Just pure coffee. Pure coffee house. Someone that sounds totally biased because he's been rolling out AI. He's been ordered by Jeff Bezos to speak about AI. Maybe someone on sound is AI and we never knew it. What if he's really an AI and we never knew it all along? Bezos sent you, didn't he? Someone on sound. How would you when you start chess? It's just your main job. I love this. This is why I do this. Usually people ask me why I live in Hungary. We'll just get that over with. Because Karachi's too dangerous. Yesterday we were talking about the most dangerous cities to live in. Caracas is number one. But anyway, my main job is teaching chess. Yes. I don't know why. I do it. I like to be poor. So, and I've been playing chess since I was 11. And I never wanted to have a real job. Now, alright. Sadly. Nefedov is about the strength of Bala Gimre's dad. They're about the same. Nefedov could draw me in a rapid tournament, for sure. Well, you guys, it's cool about the Friday Rapid that I play in. It's the strength of the players there can be, the better ones are comparable to our core here, which is around 1900, 2000. If you take the regulars, and I see the list there, someone in town, Arsenal fan, Shaki, Thomas Trenson, Arsenal fan, I said that already, Chess Ibra, Mr. Coffee, maybe a little lower rated, Thomas Trenson. Our core, this isn't a coincidence. You know, the core of the players in my stream are around 1,900, 2,000, a little below 2,000 average. Which is obviously, like, this is very strong for a average group of chess players, even for a chess stream. Oh no. But that's the benefit of my stream. I'm kind of promoting chess on a somewhat semi-advanced level. Makes the tournaments, Tuesday tournaments, very intimidating. No, I mean, okay. Yeah, my average Tuesday tournament is stronger than the Rapid at the place. They can be, they were. I think lately they've been a little weaker, Arsenal, since you've been away. We dropped a few. You know, Schieberspieler's not been playing. Not a lot of National Masters. Oms doesn't play. So there were more, like, there was, you know, the guy from Colorado, what's his name? Camel Clutcher. We had quite a few National Master kind of level players who haven't been around lately. But yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, it's like a club level, strong club level core group. Preventing bishop h3. How do you defund? How will you defund f6? Yeah, like, I'm totally drawing Imre Bog's dad here. Every draw with Imre Bog's dad costs me like 5 rating points. How much do I lose for a maximum? If Balag Imre's dad is 400 rating points lower than me, how much do I lose on one draw? Is it 6 points? Or 5.5, Mr. Coffee, do you know? FIDE rating points with a K factor of 10. If I draw with someone 400 points lower, what am I losing? Anyone? Is it 5.5 or 6? I think it's somewhere in there, but I'm not exactly sure. I'd like to have a drink with y'all. So basically, I play a rapid tournament. I draw a 1960 and beat 5 others and have a forfeit win. If I get like around 1 point from each of the wins, I can almost break even or something. It's like only -4. Really? Only -4? Wow. Are you sure? I mean, I don't mean to, like, second guess you. Last time I drew a 2000 and beat 6 weak players. No, some of them were decent, though. 1900s. Yeah. It would be a pity to lose my rating points. I want to get my FIDE Rapid back over 2400. Another question, Mr. Coffee, since you're a resident statistical, like, you know, expert and local tournament director, Do they have different K factors for different FIDE rating systems? Or am I like automatically K10 across the board because I crossed in I was assuming there'd be like separate K factors for separate ratings. It looks like there's not. Hmm. This is kind of a weird move to play. Oh no. No, 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 no sacrificing pieces. Come on. I'm a friendly guy. Don't want to hurt me. Do you really? Come on, you don't want to hurt me. That's a pawn. For FIDE, I'm not sure. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter because I saw in the thing that I have a K10 no matter what. So, wow, that's a very sophisticated move. Queen B6. No, I'm out of here. Alright guys, we're not going to guess anymore, obviously. This is Arsenal fan. Arsenal fan is trying to play the whole board on me. He wants everything. King side, queen side, center. I feel like I'm being compressed. I want to be sedated. Yep. Exactly. What do I do? Nef Idov. I just referenced my game with Imre Balog's dad because it was similar structure. We had this structure with the guy, rook ending, same exact hedgehog structure, exact structure. But I was black and Balog Imre's dad was white. And I did A3 and B4. But I did it. He had played like A3, A5, and he had a rook on the fourth rank. And so when I had like a rook on B1, and I ended up like getting pinned by B4, CB4, AB4, rook B5, and I ended up losing a pawn or sacrificing it. It was pushed too fast. But not easy. Hedgehog is tough, but it's not easy for either side. Do I want to play A3? Yo. Wow. I think that someone on Sound has been training with Astrobate. Someone on Sound, you started with that H4, rook H3 thing too. He likes his rook lifts. But those rooks are, they're a little up front. A little too up front. I like this. I like my king nice and safe. Look how safe it is. It's nice and safe. Someone, Yaron traded the bishop on C3. Very controversial. In our Benko. Maybe that's a Jacob Agard, tidbit of info. Don't trade bishops for knights unless you get something in return. Wow, deep. The pawn tension secret, though, I like that. You gotta check out the promotional blog. Anyway, I just hate blogs, and it set me off when I read that. I'm probably the leading anti-blogger. But maybe I'll change my tune now that Uber Driver has his own blog, where he doesn't mention me at all. It's like being ashamed of your relatives or something. Don't mention Uncle Sladgy. He's big on Christmas Square for your worst piece. Christmas Square? Say what? Christmas in July. What does that mean? Still playing over the board? If you had a wish where you would wish your worst piece to be. Oof, this looks good. This is Thomas Trent. So Thomas went crazy with a piece sack. Yeah. Maybe I should just play King H2. Though I don't mind Bishop E3 either. King H2 could walk into, I don't know, H4 with tempo type of stuff. This is Christmas. Queen on D5. D5 is definitely a Christmas square. So he's not big on like Muslim holidays, I'm assuming. How about Kwanzaa? He doesn't do that? Kwanzaa square or Hanukkah square? It's kind of a cultural reference. I'm too woke for Christmas square. I love Christmas as much as the next person, but, you know, the problem with Christmas square is a lot of people don't give a fuck about Christmas. Okay. So, check. It's one option. No, I'm not trying to bash anybody. We're having fun here. It's corny sounding though, Christmas square. For Ren, the person, it's cool. You gotta be more politically correct as the world's greatest chess trainer, I would assume. I mean, I hate over political correctness as much as the next person, but, you know, Christmas, talking about Christmas, my God. It's alright, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't take what I say too seriously, guys. I'm just... See, if I was serious... Oh, this is Mr. Slow. No wonder he took me out. Oh my God. No wonder I got screwed. It's Mr. Slow. I'm like, man, they got clipped. He clipped me in the Grand Prix attack with black. Just sniped the pawn on E4 like a pro. No wonder I got sniped. I just like joking about everything. Especially if it's not in Hungarian. So what are we going to do here? C4? Open it up. Open sesame. Little bird is the word. For Big Bird. Big Bird versus Donald Trump. Whose side are you on? Just putting it out there. Yesterday, this friend of mine, who's a Hungarian, and he like probably is like bombarded with right-wing Hungarian propaganda. He's drunk and he asked me, "How do you like Donald Trump? Do you like How do you like the president? You like your president? Well, if I still want to stay friends with the guy, I'm just like, no, not really. What are you gonna do? I mean, people are brainwashed, man. What's the sense in arguing with someone who's like brainwashed? Too much effort. I'll take Big Bird for 500, Bob. Like, Big Bird is a decent person. Now, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Big Bird is a decent person. But can he be an effective leader? Is Big Bird even male or female? I don't know. Well, that's the problem with the woke left, right? They don't even know what sex Big Bird is. I'm just completely like fucking with you guys. How absurd the world that we live in is. I just caution everyone, including myself, to please be aware of what kind of media you're consuming. Because we want to try to be objective and not biased by insane propaganda or from whatever side it's coming. Jesus Christ. Ban Big Bird now. Mr. Slowhand. I'm not going to rant. I promise. I came to rant. I came to play. I came to tear this place down. Sledgy. Pascal. Pascal was clearly worse. Liberal Pascal. So woke I am. Wow. All right. Arsenal fan has entered the building. I'm not crazy. I just act like it. You know, I like to act like it. We have a bogey on the radar on F5. Would you like me to scramble an F16 or something? I can't play a G6. And I don't like that knight on my side of the board. But my options for my other knight are pretty limited. Oof. I feel like more Arsenal fan pieces are just going to keep coming in my general direction. Damn. Pascal. We can always sack the exchange on B1, don't forget. Well, in Florida, like the governor's wife, they like diverted like, what is it, like $10 million federal like healthcare aid or something. DeSantis could be in serious trouble. Even the Republicans are going after him. All right, I'm going to stop now. You guys, I got you guys started and then we start talking about politics. That sucks. We're not going to do that. All right. So, all right. No politics here, brah. Not on my watch. Man, someone on sound got Crazy with his rooks. Crazy with the rooks. Really. Crazy with the heavy pieces. Damn, dude. Why so crazy? Now he wants to play like Queen H5. It's all about just playing for cheapos. He admitted it the other day. He basically purposely plays cheap chess against me. Based on the simul time control. Woohoo! It's a nice night on B2. Pirate has all of his time. Alright, boys and girls. Queen B5, Ruslan Bear. Bro, come on. Yeah, that dark square bishop. Oh, no. No, Queen D2. Just wait till I sack the exchange on your bishop on B1. And wait for it. Scuze. So what do? I take with the bishop or take with the knight? Definitely take with the knight. Another check. No need for that. Now Mr. Slowhand getting his act together. We need to open this up before it's too late. Pawn down. Where's my compensation? F4. I mean, what does that pawn do? I have F5. Otherwise, this pawn is just ridiculous. What is it doing on F4? Mr. Coffee subscribed. 90 months. Seriously, Mr. Coffee, are you the first 90 months? How many is someone else how many is move 11? Alright. Now, whatever. Oh, I thought you'd see it your way, Nefidov. Nefidov was flirting with the D4 square. He's gonna regret that. This is definitely not as good as Imre Daddy. My position is much better than it was against Daddy Balog. I have B4 for reals now. Oh, there was Bishop C3. Talk of Bishop C3. We could have a perfect simul today. Winning every single game. Yeah, that's a bit much. A bit much to ask, I think. That's probably not going to happen. An undefeated simul would be a lot. Alright, Arsenal fan, you know I'm ready to pull the trigger on that exchange sacrifice any minute now. He's fully going acerbate on me with the acer mate at H7. Wee-oo, 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 wee-oo. There's an ambulance. Do we have an ambulance emote? We never saw that until the last moment. Oof. Mr. French defense. Mm-hmm. Groveling for a draw here at best. Forget about winning against Mr. Slow. I got clipped right out of the opening with a very obvious tactic. That doesn't seem fair. Didn't seem fair to me. Honestly. It's not fair. Man. What about this? Ruslan the bear. Bear. He's a bear. Berry juice. This is Richard. Richard the Survivor. He's been called in some circles. Oh no. And more. He has more survival skills than a Boy Scout. Damn, dude. Unbelievable. There's no way. No way this isn't winning for me somehow. Takes, knight. 94. My God. All right. I just can't believe it. I just don't see a way to finish him off. Does this every week. 11. We have 15 wins. Oh my God. There must have been like 10 capitulations. Joker's on your left. And now, for his next trick. I like my knights up front. I don't lead with the rooks. Like some people. How do I join? It's a little late for that, unfortunately. But we don't call them jokers. I was trying to sneaking his king up, but I think we got this F5. I didn't want his knight to go to E8 and become the ultimate like defender. So now I have knight E4, queen D5. No clear discovery. Rook takes. Holy bug, Imre, Dad. Yeah, check. I almost lost. No. Yes, I beat Magnus Carlsen's dad. Of course I did. The Heinrich maneuver. I'm feeling nice, but I'm 15-0. Maybe someone in sound will blunder a one-move tactic. What I need is like a poker and chess tournament. I play poker better after playing chess, and I play chess better after playing poker. I think it's good for you. It's good for me to do different things. I'd happily never play poker again. When you know, you know. Well, I mean, I can't force white to blunder here. Ah, Mr. Slow. He did that. No way. I've noticed it's very hard to finish Brenton off. That's a good skill to have, sire. Doesn't digest easily. He gives pythons indigestion. Queen f4? What does he do after queen f4? I don't know, probably. Look, I'm winning here. Don't think about it too much. Don't overthink it. Is your rook trapped yet? Donkey? Wow. The vacuum. Oh my God. You're kidding me. My God, dude. Trapped my queen. Fuck. Such a genius. Totally missed it. Totally missed it. I mean, how long has this been in the position? He played rook g6. I went up. Okay, he immediately has rook h6 threat, but I took on d6. So I didn't realize he had a threat. And I still didn't realize he had a threat, so I played h3 and boom. Now we're going to need a miracle. Alright. I'm going to have to sack my queen for a rook. If I'm lucky... If I'm lucky, what? Damn it. My only chance. For perfect simul. I'm drawing someone on sound anyway with a threefold rep. Well, I have to take. What? Now Jeroen is also he's, I would say he's kind of hunkering down. Wow. I'm either winning or lost. Yeah. That's a safe bet. You should take up poker. I have an opinion. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna fly. I mean, what's your plan? What's your plan? Yeah, why put my king on a g2? That would be stupid. Right? Right. Right? Right. I guess. I have an opinion. Now, we are losing objectively here. But there might be some extenuating circumstances. Perhaps if I can win a rook or something. Except for the fact that I'm down a queen, my position is quite good. Right? Right. Right, right. So with that queen thing. Uh-huh. You went that away. Yeah, here it's tempting to give up the rook. Then he is gonna like have enough compensation probably. But if I don't give up the rook, I can play what? Like bishop b7? Objectively better. Oof. I see. Mm-hmm. Someone in town. Someone unseen. Damn it. Oh, I thought that was mate. Well, that was weird. Could have sworn that was mate. Funny. It is not. Check. You don't say. Well, I'm not inclined to go for that. I think we have to play Queen C7. Thomas Strainson. Another, Richard like in defense. There's no sacks that work. It sucks. Okay, clearance. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Whoa. Okay. Nice. Well, what's the best way to play this? Uh-huh. Oh no. Cubicles. Get in your cubicle, man. I am cubicle man. Get in your cubicle. Yes, you saw that too. Unfortunate. What about an alternative? Oh, whatever. Get in your cubicle. You didn't say boom. Wow. Excuse. Okay. You got me. Scubicle. Scubicle, dubicle. Oh, the B file. Scoobicle, dubicle. Oh no, all my pieces are in the back rank. dangerous noob we're talking about here. Wait, if I attack the pawn, how do you defend it? 95. Cheapo man. I am cheapo man. Do you do this every week? Yeah. Oh. No. This is going to be tough. Anything with E6 can be done. I don't know. Queen G3, rook takes H4, knight H2. I guess knight H2. There's also Queen G3. Speaking of Chico man. Aha! I see. Alright, let's just play rook, like C8. I'm never going to get my pawn back. But I don't want to get forked. May the fork be with you. Yeah, okay, so technical ending. The draw for thanks, but no thanks. It's very generous of you. Cubicle. Wow, guys, we're 15-0. We tend to go. Never had a perfect simul. Never will. Just saying. I love me that kingside. Reap. Oh yeah. Now you're loosening your d5 pawn, so make up your mind. Mr. Slow thinks he can just have it both ways. Not worried about your pawns being a little bit weak at all. F5 2. Now he's sensibly gotten his rooks back to solid locale positions. No, you're not going to swindle me in this game, man. Sorry. That's not happening. You have 2 rooks, and I have 2 rooks, right? Okay. Just keep checking our rook count. All right. I want to be able to push this pawn. Everyone sucks except for you. Number 1 swindler on Earth. Knight f6. Bishop d5. Knight d3. Bishop takes f7. Gotta be a better way to do this. Blockade. Can blockade with the best of them. Oh no. Oh no. Could possibly go wrong. And rook h8. Oh no, look at Nefedov go. Not a fun position for somewhat unsoundly. So what happened? Dude advanced his pawn. Dude dropped a pawn. Dude, you dropped a pawn. Dropper of pawns. What? I'm suspicious. Why are you giving me that pawn without a fight? Bishop, knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes, check. Knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes, queen takes, queen takes, rook takes, check. That's why. Damn it. My knight is trapped. It's okay. It's not okay, but it's okay. Alright, dude. You're swindling me again. Knight g4, bishop d4 check. There's gonna be no tactics here. Because all my pieces are in the back rank? Is that a problem? Yeah, I don't know. I'm screwed. Okay, f5. I can play f5. Very unpleasant. f5, bishop d5, knight f7. gonna do that. Not today, not ever. F5. Oh, that's subtle. Wow. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oof, that's nasty. We're gonna need a better defense. I have one, I hope. Just the problem is it doesn't work. Well, I mean, I do, but I don't have a defense here. No, I mean, I don't know. We have defenses. If he plays d4, I can always block with bishop g1, but we're going to lose the pawn up front. I can play queen e2. Queen e2. d4. Queen e2, d4, what am I doing? Bishop g1. Mm-hmm. Really good. Your ruin is giving up that pawn. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. That's not gonna work. Boop. That's a nice pawn structure you've got there. Really nice. I fully approve. This pawn structure has been fully approved. No, wait. Wait for it. Like b4. You're letting me take with check? You're threatening mate. It's not fair. Wait, should I check first? Check first and then play bishop d1. Whatever that is. I don't know. Maybe I should just play bishop g1 first. Actually. More flexible. Queen c6. Bishop d4 check. Right. So I have to sack the exchange first. Alright. Yeah, you went crazy. Thanks for going crazy. Richard Brendan. Richard Brenton. Okay, now what happened? Bishop c5 check. Mr. Slow blundered? Apparently, he did. Wow. An uncharacteristic blunder. Now what? We go for the base. Always bite them at the base. Advice to, any kind of wild animals. If you're facing a human, go for the base of the animal, of the human, that is. Clearly white is better here. Knights have been dominating me the whole game. But it's a little tricky. My knight on g6 just kind of been a disappointment. Really, this whole game, I have to say. Just hasn't lived up to my expectations. Oh, you're taking the open file. That's not nice. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh no, Nefedov, what a swindler. You're getting off that. Oh no, he has pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Okay, fine. Do it. Whew, I escaped the clutches of Arsenal fan. And now it's all Grandma's house and rainbows from here on out. He's tied down to c4. That's good. Limited active counterplay. See you at Grandma's house, Arsenal fan. So what do I do here? Can't save the d pawn, looks like. What if I grabbed his h pawn? Just have to play this. Nefedov, you're so sneaky. Two outside pass pawns. Uh-oh, rook pawns. Rook pawn mania. It's rook pawn mania. Everywhere. Check. Check. Mate. Oh no. Queen a5. Seriously? Wow. Guarding d2. But my knights salute you. Yep. I'm gonna have to do this, I think. Watch out for tricky, sneaky Nefedov. Both sneaky and tricky. Wait, what? Oh, I checked and King e7 was played. Wow. Knights on the back rank. Those are some good knights you got there. Sir, you're attacking my pawn. Not very nice of you. And my knight at the same time. Uh-oh. Master of one move threats. Alright. He took my pawn. Oh no. Knight g4 is very tempting. Alright, I'm gonna drop a piece. Let's not drop a piece. Knight g4. No. No, let's just defend. Nah. Wow. Oh man. The H pawn's pretty fast. The pawn you've got there. Nice move. Okay. I agree. I don't like that pawn. Now my knight needs to play. Wow. Now you want to trade knights. It's unbelievable. Now he wants to trade knights. It's incredible. Wow. Unbelievable. There never is a tactic for me. It's super annoying, bro. This definitely looks a little dangerous. We gotta get behind that pawn. I may not be able to get behind the pawn. What about in front? Check. Well, if I check him first. Oh, this is a bit... Okay, I have a pass pawn too. Did you know that? Alright. Wow, he saw that. Someone sound unbelievable. Are you trying to do something with your king there? Don't know about if I like that. What the hell is going on? Alright. God damn it. Gonna drop a pawn? No, it's not happening. Yeah. Around the back. I feel like it doesn't respect my pawns. A6, king b6, rook c8, or rook c8 check, king b5, a6. Maybe not the best. King e2. Oh, you just, yeah. Whoa. Right. Dude. It's not nice. Whoa, you scared me. The knight finally gets back in the game. "20 wins, no losses, no draws." Where's Mr. Slow? Where's Mr. Slow? Mr. Slow lost? Oh my god. I'm not beating Richard Brenton unless he loses on time. The other games I have a chance. 5 ongoing. Euro and I have a chance. Chance to lose too. Damn, dude. Damn it. I'm trying to lose. I'm doing my best. Nice job by Jeroen. Alright, so on the sound, it's enough of your nonsense. Time to pay the piper, as they say. When in doubt, decentralize your pieces. Alright. We got him. We got him. He's really hurting now. Masters of pawn structure. He's in serious danger. I thought I was going to draw. So forget the perfect simul. You can forget about that. I just like dropped my pawn. Check, king takes. This is very serious danger. And now my pawn's on the 7th. Okay. Let's not rush. Structurized. That is not very nice, I have to say. It's a draw if I give him 2 pieces for the rook. Hard to make progress here. Should be winning. But how? He's trying to mate me, probably. Even. Naughty, naughty. Mm-hmm. Whoa, that's not good. Oh. King looks a little open. Just a bit outside. Some lack of coordination. Something. Right. Exactly. Is my counterplay coming along? Good. Good, good. Rook e5. This would be like Nefedov's second rook endgame draw in a row. Rook b2. Rook b8 check. R2 b2. Amazing how difficult it is to make progress here. Up a full 2 pieces for the rooks. 2 pieces for a rook. Should be really good for me. Amazing how difficult this is. I have a good knight. I can let him into b7. Okay, let's play a5. That looks like a bad move. Bishop c7. Okay, finally we got to trade a piece. Jesus. Maybe I have better. If you see a good move, look for a better one. Was that Jacob Agard? No, wait, that was before him. Okay. G5. Weaken my king side. Well, let's take. What a battle. Yeah, Mr. Still blundered with the c5, c4 check. He was clearly better the whole game. Basically almost winning. Probably winning, but caught me in the opening trap. So now, okay. Is this like an easy draw for him? Should it be? I can pin with e4. I don't know what else to do. There goes the H file. Been waiting to try to play d5 at some moment. He's already threatening stuff. He's gonna like checkmate me. That's unbelievable. unbelievable. Seriously. I lost yet? Maybe. I have knight e7. It's very awkward. Should hold. Better than it looks, probably. Shoo, bro. Oh, I see. I see what you're up to there. But now I have a protected pass pawn. Maybe there's some hope. King f3. Okay. That's kind of a weird decision. Alright. Wow. I don't know, guys. I'm not obligated to play that move. So what do I do now? Hold the line. d5, rook takes e7. Bishop d8. What else? Awkward. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, what? Oh, that's so sneaky. Up 2 pawns. Oh, I'm not up 2 pawns. It's a lie. It was all a lie. Okay. Get behind pass pawn and push. Not so easy. Oh no. They're playing. Is this good? Alright, now G4 or H4. H4. F4. I don't know. Just to stick to H4, G4, F3. Okay. All right. Queens are better than rooks, right? That's unfortunate. Holy forward queen, Batman. You're doing that same thing you do with your rooks. Place forward with the big pieces. But wise? Okay, G6. G6 is a bad move. You can sack on G6, crushing me. Obviously. Oh my god. What? What? Because my bishop's on D8 now? That's a liability? That's insane. Oh man. Mm-hmm. Dude, stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. You're gonna need to stay in your lane. Offers a drop. Very generous of you. That was a very generous offer. One-time offer. This offer will expire. I think I'm winning. Or maybe not. Shoot. No, wait. Do not rush. This should be winning. Yeah. Oh my god. You have that. Ooh, maybe the biggest swindle of all time. Yeah, I screwed up. Okay, chill. It's cool. It's great. It's all good. It's all good, man. I have to take, and I'm losing. That's fair. That was fair. Yep. Wow. It's really odd. Just a heart, soul crushing. Totally lost the whole game. And you're gonna win. You're always on increment. I fall for a tactic. You never fall for a tactic. You always had like 1 minute left. I don't believe it. You lost the whole freaking game. That pretty much ruined my weekend. Not the game I was expecting to lose. What about the other boards? This one we might have been expecting it. Where's my swindles? I mean, I might have some kind of weird move here. Well, I mean, I can obviously sacrifice the exchange. I deserve to have some kind of attempt to save the game. My position was so much more fundamentally sound the whole fucking game. Why should I be lost? Pawn g6. It's really hard for him to use his rook. Pawn g6, queen f1. Queen e5. Queen f4. No. Yeah. That's right. So any other moves? Rook a6? Yeah. Oh, I'm going to drop a rook with check? No, as long as I don't move my king. Yeah. That's going to be a problem. Alright, let's just check. See what happens. I just keep coming back to this horror show. Alright, Jeroen. Are you ready? You ready? Jeroen. Jeroen. Stop it! I don't want to see that board. I'm stalling on purpose there. So rook takes... Or pawn takes pawn check. Pawn takes pawn check. King moves. God, make it go away. Make it go away. Wins, 10 abandonations. Check. Oh. Oh no. Abandonment. Wow, another master draw. It just keeps showing up, this stupid game. No matter what I do, it won't go away. You're not going to skewer my rook on g8, I'll tell you right now. It's not happening. Nefedov's such a genius. He saw all this. God, I loved his draw offer. We're winning. That one at least. Okay. Queen... somewhere. Queen f6. It's like the best try. Looks like. Looks like. Maybe I have to find better than that. You're gonna have to do better than that, Sludgy. We have another try. D6. Arsenal fan just easily drawing with my moronic last move. I have to say, Arsenal fan, your defense was like fucking perfect. Really tough defense there. Generous. To almost Nefidovian level of draw offer. I've been robbed. Arsenal with the first draw. Robbed me. Did I have D5 earlier? Oh no, H3. No. What's the difference? Yeah. Got me. Richard's gonna win his first game today. Also, massive comeback swindle. Which he deserved because he's lost a lot of close games. Good game. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I got my queen trap, couldn't save it. Good game, Richard. Congratulations, his first win. His first win, I believe. 3 draws, and that's 80. That's after 91 games. It only took 91 games, but he did it, and it was impressive. Here, I was completely oblivious to the threat of rook h6. Ooh, first and last. So much for the perfect simul. I've clearly lost. I wouldn't normally play it out, but I feel torturing him is probably appropriate. Under the circumstances. Since he always offers draws every game. Check 95, F6. Takes. Wow. Check on F1. That doesn't work. This is such a stupid game. Running against your own. Okay, thanks for the game, your own. I don't know if that rook in game could have been saved. Well, he didn't resign yet. Someone unsound the last. Well, a lot of these wins are forfeits, so it's more like 15. Pawn up against Sefidov. I was better. No draw offer. Your own's trying to last till the last. The last. The last laugh. Well, someone on is only up 3 pawns. Oh no. Or 4. What does it matter? Might as well have my B pawn too. Shit, I hung my B pawn. God damn it. He's clearly, like, after winning the B pawn winning. I got a random message. Guys, I love random messages. If you want to send me, like, weird messages, like, hey, hi, what's up? Do that, please. Nothing like random messages. I don't know. I mean, yeah, Ruin had won the pawn back, and he was safe, it looked like. But he had to play actively. I don't know what happened there. It was 3 pawns against 3 pawns at one point. Okay, so this is last game? Yeah, last game. Somewhat sleazy. Ugh, it was an ugly game. As usual, I just can't find the knockout blow, you know? It's just a common problem. In my simuls, I have this amazing disability. Button mash emote unlocked. Oh, shit. Button mash or button smash? Dude, where's button smash? Where did that go? Where's button smash? Oh, yeah. You guys see this? That's right. That's awesome. Yeah, I hung my B pawn and definitely lost after that. He's just dragging it out for the spectators to torture me. What a stupid tactic I fell into. I voluntarily played G6, thinking that I was being smart. You're playing so carefully the whole game. I'm just totally winning here. He's not threatening anything. His king is on F3. His pawn structure is horrible. And it's just a matter of finishing him off. But no, I have to play G6. Because I can't calculate 2 moves deep. Well, I can calculate 2 moves deep, but I'm too lazy to calculate 2 moves deep. So I play G6, and we calculate 1 moves deep. And the opponent is calculating 2 moves deep. Yeah. That position. Well, I don't know if there's a solution, like it's a puzzle. I mean, I think that I have a lot of good moves, probably. He's not threatening queen takes e4 because of rook f1 check for reals. So he, like, literally does have queen c8. I was trying to not commit to g5, you know, all along. It would serve him right if I had a swindle here. My options, severely limited. Because king to the g file is a queen trade. But anyway, that initial position where I blundered with g6. The truth is that I think I have a lot of good moves. I mean, I'm not sure his sacrifice even works. In all cases. Actually, come to think of it, I'm not sure that knight takes g6 even works, does it? You know what? It's bullshit, right? I can just play knight g5 check. I could have just played knight g5 check. I blundered with rook f1. So knight g5 check, king g2, pawn takes g6, queen takes g6, queen g7, and he's down a piece, right? This doesn't work. I have knight g5 check. Then I take on g6, and when he takes on g6, I have queen g7 guarding the h6 pawn, and he has one check on e8, and my king goes to h7, and now, you know, maybe he has some move, I don't know, but it's probably not enough. I instantly played rook f1. I just didn't see my queen was hanging, and, like, you know, he was taking my queen with check and taking on f5. So, another very difficult choice between king f8, king f7, or king f8 or king f7. Thanks for the games, guys. Congratulations to Richard the Fourth. So the Richards teamed up to win both games against me today. Wow. I didn't win 4 games, and 3 out of 4 are Richards. That's crazy. All Richards undefeated. You know, one Richard came up short. Well, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. You might not be the only Richard that couldn't beat me today. I think it's a conspiracy, definitely. The other game I drew with Nefedov, but his name translates to Richard in Ukrainian or Russian anyway. Pavel is Richard. No, it's not. It's Paul. Paul and Richard. That's suspicious too. There's no Richard in the Beatles, right? No. I don't know. I don't see any connection between Paul and Richard. But, if you look hard enough for conspiracy theory, you'll probably find one. So, my pawns are literally like racing down the board here. But it's going to be like my rook against the other Richard. You can't trade my queen with an on b3. I'm only 2 pawns down. It's no big deal. What's a couple pawns? Stalemate is very likely here. We have extremely good stalemate chances. With all those pawn moves I don't have. Now he plays queen d4. That's suspiciously quiet. Just defending his pawn. Minding his own business. Right? Alright, b5. Definitely. I need to get this outside pawn rolling. And don't give him any time to think. Do you think the Albin should be mandatory learning for Chigorin repertoire? Definitely. Definitely. I mean, it's a relative, right? It's a relative opening. It's in the family. You should study all the openings in that family. Yeah, fundamentally playing for e5. I think it's, you know, totally logical. Why wouldn't you? I would think it's like a, you know, it's like studying the snake Benoni if you're a Benoni player. It's a relative. It might be useful to pull it out sometimes. It's not something you want to be predictable about, though. You know? I didn't mean like that. But you are from the UK, and I know how much they like inbreeding. The royals. And their eyes are too close together, right? Sorry. Most of our sponsors are from either UK or United States or Germany. The royals are German. Okay, well, that too. Now, yeah, check. Oh, boy. Oh, it's a good thing he can't go to f6. That's close. Holy moly. How fast are my pawns here? Well, I mean, he can go to f6. Welcome to go to f6. Come on, bro. Draw? Oh, man. I didn't even get an undefeated Simul. I was 20-0, and then the last 5 were just a disaster. Just totally collapsed at the end. Guys, we'll be back Tuesday. Tuesday Rapid tournament this week. Maybe I'll do a Swiss. Oh, geez. Down to 20 seconds. Beep. Oh, no, the pawn with check. Oh, no, the pawn with check. Panic setting in. Pardon. Well, he's not going to checkmate me. It's getting a little messy now. I could go for his B pawn here. Doesn't work. Well, anyways. Yeah, we can go for the B pawn. Now it's unclear. Poor someone on sound. It'd be such a pity if he didn't win this. He had me crushed the whole game. Oh, I took this horrible one-outer bad beat yesterday. And hold them. No, it was Omaha. Yeah, no, it was 5 card Omaha. I flopped a full house. Eights full of something small. Then the turn was a blank. I guess I had the nuts, and the guy wouldn't go away. And when he went all in, I was like, "What does he have?" You know. And he has pocket aces, and one of the aces was out in someone's hand, so it turned out that he hits this one outer on the river with aces full. It was so sick. Luckily, it wasn't that much. It was like, pot was only like $200 or something, but it's funny. I ended up like getting it back from the guy, but all right. Takes, check. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not like crazy. Well, anyway, the guy was all in, but I mean, it was stupid. He had no business being in the pot with just a pair of aces, and clearly there's a pair on the board, and I could have a full house many different ways. It was ridiculous. He was drunk. Oh no. He didn't fall for it. The queen trade. We wanted a queen trade. Alright, now what do we do? Now what do we do? Now what do we do? Not so easy. Let's check. The dude like goes all in on the river. I was like, come on, there's no way you could make the call earlier. How could he be in the hand with a pair of aces? I guess theoretically there's some logic to it. With 5 card Omaha, he could have had something to generate the chance of calling or something, but he didn't. It was, I couldn't put him on aces, you know. It was like, I can't know that the other ace is out either. It's a 1-outer. 1-outer, 2-outer, who cares? Anyway, poker chat for you guys. Alright, now, with more stuff. Where is my perpetual? I like the centralized position of your queen. I have to say. I respect that. But I still messed up my perfect simul. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to worry about people going all in all the time, right? That's what Amarillo Slim said about No Limit Poker. It ruined the game. It ruins the game. Because the all-in play is a shutout, you know? You just go all in whenever. I was really frightened by No Limit Poker when I first started playing because, like, you know, basically what you're talking about. I started as a limit player, you know, which was popular. Obviously, limit poker was popular. Oh, I gotta be careful here. Is it perpetual check? I'm starting to have hallucinations. I was very freaked out by No Limit at first. I made the adjustment because it was becoming popular and everyone started playing, you know. It was like 2000, It was like around 2005, and I was just always specializing in playing limit hold'em, and it was really weird, weird, very weird, to make the adjustment to playing, no limit poker. It definitely takes a major adjustment. The good thing about limit is that it gives you very good fundamentals. Yeah. I changed, well, because more people were playing, you know. There are just more games, and I, at first, not because of cash, I played, I started playing tournaments and like, and yeah, and and yeah, and then once you start playing no limit, of course, like, limit hold'em starts to become kind of boring. It's like the cat's out of the bag. I mean, this isn't a perpetual, for real. I'm not so sure. Not so sure. Well, let's stay centralized. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is okay. I'm getting tired, honestly. There was this friend I had, kind of not friend, but like a guy I knew, and recently, like a year ago, I met him and he told me he still plays Limit Hold'em online for high stakes. And honestly, I don't know, man. I mean, this guy is. I was pretty skeptical. I mean, really? Like in 2024, playing Limit Hold'em? Sounds a little bit like he's making it up. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't matter to me, but. Yeah. Good luck finding a game of Limit Hold'em. Yeah, like he's doing it for a living. Playing Limit Hold'em online. I'm like, is this dude really? Is he really for real telling me this? I didn't even call him on it. I just was kind of like, okay, if you say so. That's kind of believable. 10 years ago, maybe? Not even, you know? I mean, I don't know, man. It's like, yeah, there's just a few tables and it's a really niche kind of thing. Like, okay. High stakes limit player 2024. Okay, if you say so. I mean, I'm talking, yeah, it must have been high stakes, like, you know, thousands. I mean, you know, $100 and like blinds, blinds in the hundreds. I don't know, you know. Yeah, he's got to be playing. You're talking about playing games where it's high stakes, but I still don't believe it. You know, that's very believable 20 years ago, but not like who would be playing him. You know. Though there'd be very few players, and I would think like that'd be like forget about it, man. Again, like a story I would have believed like in 2008 maybe. Hello? Is anybody there? Can you hear me? Just so you know, I'm not going to let you interpose a pawn to block a check. So don't try anything fancy. Well, I don't feel bad if I swindle a draw here. Yeah, no, that's his whole thing. He's claiming that he built this huge bankroll. He's been doing it forever. Dude, imagine how boring that would be, though. Draw. Yeah. Draw. Okay, guys, review of Simul. Oof, it was a draw at the end. Yeah. Oof. He was only -4. And knight takes g6 loses to knight g5 check. So, you were lucky and I was lucky. Very bad thing that happened there. So anyway, but I'm kind of curious, someone on sound, what's going on with you in the opening here? This is weird. You played a very strange move now. Very strange move, bishop e3. While that's an idea in many lines, it's clearly like super early here. Yeah, this is kind of way too early. If you had a little more development, you could castle queenside, but I'm too quick. So black immediately gets the initiative. But I don't know if I played the best. Remember here I was thinking? Looks like I did. Yeah, so it took me a while to find this, but the point is I take on d3. And then you reacted really well. It looks like you could have castled kingside, but wouldn't ever want you to do something like safe. Always rolling the dice, right? So you didn't lose a pawn, but you wrecked your pawn structure, which is practically just as bad. What's the correct response? I think what I did, but the engine actually wants to play in a completely different way. The computer doesn't want to open the center like I did. Yeah, I don't know if the queen b6 type thing works. I'm fundamentally not developing. You might be kind of playing into his hands there. If you try to do that. So apparently it's kind of a trap. Maybe that's what he's hoping for. Wow. If I try to win this pawn, queen e3, knight e3. Wow, knight takes e5 and white has the advantage. Basically, like, exactly what he's hoping for, it seems. What I did is okay. The computer wants to play b5. I don't think that's easy to play, and I've gone wrong in those types of positions before. I like the way I played this. I absolutely like the way I played it. Originally, I was going to play knight on bd7. But I guess I didn't like him taking and closing the center and not getting a messed up pawn structure. Something like that, you know. So anyway, the opening was good, and yeah, I was just slightly better. Then you started playing all weird with your rooks. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, typical coffee house stuff. Refusing to trade pieces, putting your knight on d1. He knows better than this, but he got lucky. We'll take a deeper look at that later. Anyway, so let's see what we got. Sparkle Horse Nefyadov. Played a little bit of a different line than I normally do. So this has all been played before. B3, Failed Novelty by Sledgy. Yeah, Nefyadov, what he did is fine, it looks like. So this is a mistake. You should play f6 and e5, like a Queen's Indian. And Nefyadov went for the queen exchange, which looked good, but I still have a tiny advantage. And I almost beat him. Looks like we got a huge advantage here after knight d8. And I missed something. I saw knight c4, but I didn't think it did anything. You just take. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, we both missed this. I have knight takes b6 in between move with a family fork on d7. Actually, you know, what happened in the game was, even though Nefyadov was down a pawn, he's holding. He was never lost, looks like. It's always a technical draw. But I want to thank Nefedov to hold, for holding off on the draw for until move 40. Nefedov plays by the Sofia rule now. No draw offers before move 30. All right. Where's my simul? Thanks, guys, for your support. Yeruin, I think we said was a draw. He was in trouble. He was in trouble originally. Still a draw. Wow, I missed the win with Rook A7. That's a very instructive move, and I thought about it, but I didn't know what it did. Rook A7, C4. Wow, Rook A7, C4. Rook takes H7. And I was obviously terrified of Rook C5. But I'm winning just in time. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I missed that. So I did have a win, but it was kind of a freak win. And then he completely equalized. So I misplayed this. And how did you lose? You gave me your H pawn, which isn't good. It's still a draw. So here he went wrong by retreating his king back. He could have gone up, up. He can guard the pawn. We could get to a scenario where, he has to play where I have two connected passed pawns versus a rook or something. It's not easy. I don't know. I could end up picking up all his pawns, sacking my rook. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so he hesitated with the king. Still a draw. Still a draw. It's still a draw. Wow. Yeah, still a draw after G4. So Rook A3 check. Okay, he could have just taken. Yeah. But I wasn't so sure about this. Let's see this. Check here. So the point is no. Yeah, I saw this. Guys, I saw this. I saw this. I have to go back. And then it's a draw. Yeah. So Euro missed it. I saw the idea of it. Obviously Rook A4 happening. Yeah, it should have been a draw. That was a good game by him. Tomas Trainsen went too crazy. Well, you sacked a piece. You went coffee house on me. We got him with the Bodler. Guys, look at this. It's a rhino. Oh, shit, the rhino. It's it's a rhino. Here's the horn. Nice rhino. Bodler. He was bowdlerized. Yeah, there's a reason they're not quite extinct, but they're getting close. There was a cute video of a baby rhino that was recently born, I saw. Running around for the first time. I get these cute animal videos on my Google feed, helping me stay sedated. Yeah, this is total coffee house. Total coffee house. All right, enough of that. Cheesy Noob just left the building. Was his queen trapped or something? I don't know. He just left. He didn't like his position and he left. Brian May left. Arsenal fan remained. Oh, it was you that was the Kraken. I thought this was a Spanish. No, interesting. So, I pointed out during the game, Arsenal fan, that this move order is actually a bluff of some, well, to some degree. There's E5, and it's a problem. And normally that would be just overextending the center, but for some reason in this position it's not good for black. After takes. Once I played knight g4 and I got into trouble. I can't put enough pressure on e5 fast enough. I don't know why knight d4 doesn't work. Oh, he has this. Some creepy and weird stuff going on here. This wouldn't be easy. You have to know it, you know. You have to know it. If you don't know, no one knows it. Like Polak and Baki both like didn't know it. You know, nobody knows it. Almost no one's played e5. Yeah, but what you did is fine. And I've played this before, but I don't think it's bad for white. I probably played knight b4 before. But anyway, this is more solid. So we transposed basically to like a, I don't know what it is. I should probably play g6. I didn't think of playing g6 at the time. Yeah, it's better. Probably better. So what do we got? Babic Dompor. h6, castles for k8. Maybe we transpose to something. No? I like rook c1, very, very Slav-like. Yeah, so this is interesting. But you played d5. I didn't know where to put my knight. And the computer likes knight e7. So, okay, how does this work? Here. Here, I have to play this. I was a little afraid of this avalanche here with my knight on e7. But I guess it's not a problem. Anyway, b3. But it looks like you're just better, you know. I thought that the knight on b8 would be able to help me maintain control of c5 a little bit. But I mean, clearly you're better here. So this is like the critical position. I mean, it's like a Spanish, passive Spanish for black. And, yeah, my bishop's really buried on f8. Yeah, no, I was scared of c5 stuff, so that's why I was going to do this like I did. Which seems normal. And now if you see this position, you're thinking, well, oh, this was a Roy Lopez. Like, I even convinced myself during the game that it started out as a Roy Lopez. It might as well have been. So, yeah, you played like very standard type moves, and I don't know what to do. Wonder if I could, I don't know. I could just release the tension here. I didn't follow the Jacob Agard rule. Don't exchange unless you gain something from it. Problem is, I just don't know what to do. Yeah, well, actually, what you did here, Arsenal, is not conventional, right? Well, I mean, normally what we would expect you to do now was take back toward the center. But you wanted your bishop on b1. Yeah, so the computer prefers c takes d, but it admires the creativity. Yeah, this is a very risky move in a way. Here, 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 and then here. And now, you know, it looks like you're better, but it's hard to play. What do you do? I'm threatening knight g8. I felt like you played into my defensive plan. Okay, so the computer wants to play g4. That makes perfect sense. Actually, yeah, I'm kind of screwed because I can't play g6. If I can't play g6 and I can't play king h7, it's like I'm going to have to sack the exchange or something on b1. You know, I was joking about this, but I mean, at some point, I might have to do that to, like, just get my pieces out, you know? Yeah, so You just went full acerbate. You did kind of what Thomas did, like a crazy coffeehouse sacrifice. And I didn't know if bishop b7 was my best defense. And it's up there. So, this is kind of lucky that this works for you. But, I mean, it's not easy to defend. I mean, I have to deal with this pawn and discoveries. All my pieces are on the back row. So, apparently everything was okay until queen c7. But I didn't really like my other options. You know, right, like, the main idea here. What I wasn't sure about was this, where you sack a full rook after bishop d5. I thought you could allow it, you know, and I mean, maybe this is just insane. Thought I saw something for you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bishop takes f7. Right. No. See, I saw this at the last minute, and it was too messy, and I didn't know, you know. It looked like the kind of thing where I was gonna let my king side crumble or something. But you are down a, you know, you're gonna be down a rook in some situations. Bishop takes f7. I saw it at the last minute. No, this is best. And you still have some practical chances. So that's why I copped out. I knew that queen c7 wasn't as good. And here I didn't find a good move. This is my best. So this is my best. Computer's like, +3. Wow. I'm +3 here. I figured that black had excellent chances to win, but I never would have guessed I was +3. That's basically just winning. You know, because under normal circumstances, I'm just up 2 pieces, but my pieces are stupid. I thought it would be easy. But it's actually quite tricky. Wow, after bishop c7, it's a draw. I didn't see this idea. Shit. I can go knight here to e6. Yeah, no, nice job. I mean, you took advantage of your opportunities. It looks like I had one more chance. So a4 was bad. Really no reason to play a4. That's just like some sort of waiting move. You were getting low on time. Rook h1. Well, you should have done what you did just to move earlier. And my d5 was just a blunder. Yeah, I miscalculated this. But you know, interestingly, after this, check here, takes, check here, takes. I was going to play rook takes c4, and then I changed my mind like a moron. But I have to play rook takes c4, of course. It was another miscalculation. I think this is a draw. But yeah, you also have this. Like wrecking my pawn structure. So it's a dead draw anyway. Yeah. Alright. Not an easy game. Fun. Nefedov with a solid draw. We looked at that. Okay, Mr. Slow. I don't know if he's still here. He's probably at work. Mr. Slow definitely not happy about this. I blundered in the opening because I'm an idiot. But even weirder is the fact that this isn't a line. Wow. This is not a line. So I played the four pawns. Yeah, I played the Close Sicilian. I played the Grand Prix. He plays e6. And then knight f6. But Mr. Slow, like, nobody plays knight f6 here. I was very surprised by this. Apparently it's okay, but it has a terrible score for black. So I was thinking about other options. e5 is not so good. So I did this right. And now I was going to play a4. So apparently that's equal. Oh, e5 is a move. I don't know if it's even good. Yeah. But a4 is apparently the best move, and it's a novelty in this position. I wasn't sure it was better to play e4 or obviously the four pawns. I keep wanting to say four pawns. The Grand Prix attack isn't very popular. Mark Hebden, 1983. No, d4 is d4 is transposing to an open Sicilian. So yeah, that's like why he plays this move order. I guess he's like hoping that his opponents transpose back into an open Sicilian. Generally speaking, knight f6 isn't usual. So I didn't think this was Mr. Slow, you know. Apparently this has only been played once. Oddly, I have no idea I'm playing Mr. Slow, and I walk directly in some kind of trap here. e5. Exactly the same moves in this game. Here. And I just was there like debating between these two moves, and I totally spaced. It's really weird. I totally spaced on this being a thing. But I guess the next move is where it really makes a difference. So if I play knight e2, which is honestly what I was gonna do, white is better. So this was just a one-off blunder, and I just didn't see what was coming, you know. Boom. Yeah, b3 or c3. And then here. Now, shockingly, white seems to have some compensation here, which I didn't know I had. So I was better off taking on e5. This isn't that simple. Apparently I was okay. Well, computer says I'm better. Holy shit. I don't think Mr. Slow is still here, but if he were here, I would say that shame on me for not finding this. This is after all of our Velimirovich games. I mean, if it's a one-on-one game, I have a good chance to find this. Yeah, wow. Interesting position. So he was never winning. I was scared. He was clearly better at one point, but I was scared he was winning. Wow. So I was thinking I was just fighting for a draw here, and I was always okay. That's really crazy. His beautiful pawns in the center. I'm almost getting mated on the back rank, and I'm okay. Okay, he is slightly better, but he's not winning. I thought I was like lost. Bishop f2, bishop c6. Here, I grab the pawn, and this, and only bishop takes c5. He loses in one move. So final position, if Mr. Slow doesn't blunder, I thought I was on the verge of losing, and apparently I'm absolutely fine. Not easy. Alright, interesting game, Mr. Slow. Any other interesting games? Asterbait, what happened, man? You played something weird today. Oh no. Asterbait did this b4. It was a mouse slip. Oh man, Asterbait slipped b4. It was a mouse slip. c4 novelty, and then c5. Double mouse slip. You were doing hit against bidding. Oh, sorry, man. He did double mouse slips. And then, I want to see... Dinosaur, of course, left after move 3. They're asking to play. That's cool. That's why I don't play people who have 3 games played on the site. Pearson's resigned. That the Godfather variation. little early to resign there, bud. Bruce Lambert got smacked. What else? Okay, so someone unsound. We looked at that nightmare, and Richard Brenton, nice win. So feature game of the day, Richard Brenton, coming back from the dead again. Look at that. That's like they thawed an alien out of the Antarctic ice, and it like killed everyone. Everything was fine until like it wasn't. And the aliens started rampaging in the Antarctic base. Oh my god. What happened here? Oh, you allowed the d5 in the Queen's Indian. Look, if you're going to do this, by the way, if you're going to do this, see Gelfand Gashimov 2012. But the idea is that you turn it into a Benoni. So I go here. You got to play g6. And you turn it into a Benoni. It's not a great Benoni necessarily because your bishop is sort of shut down on b7. But you can see Gashimov, Andreikin, Sako, Andreikin. There's a bunch of players. And Gashimov Mr. Benoni, so he was Mr. Benoni. But, wow, this has been played. Knight a6 has been played. Wow. C takes d5. It's Adiato Campora from 97. Bad Benoni for black. d6 castles. And now g6 should be played again. So you got a, yeah, really bad position. After I play knight f5, black is clearly worse. And again, Richard saves himself. I could have taken his guy, right? But instead I played bishop g5. Computer doesn't like it. King h8. Now knight e7. So I had like a crushing break here, it looks like. There's a shocker, right, Arsenal? Number one rule of Benoni Club is don't let your e5 square fall. Watch out for e5. Kapling, I totally missed it because I'm moving quickly. I basically crush him in one move with e5. Black has no pieces controlling e5. It should be a strong point for him in a normal Benoni scenario. So I cashed out. I mean, I had the right idea, but it was a little slower. I played like a grandmom and settled for this like clear advantage. A large clear advantage. This is when Richard Brenton really gets strong, when he's lost and has to grittily defend bad positions. Here. And now I did e5. Apparently this was okay. But I let my sense of danger completely fall. Like, wow. Yeah. So first off, okay, I went to h4. And that's the problem, right? I didn't want my queen to get trapped by bishop g4. But, you know, I was completely, like, absolutely naive here, thinking that I was totally safe. I mean, never in my mind, I even considered the fact that he was threatening rook h6. It's so stupid. He's obviously trying to trap my queen. In practice, I could trade on f6 and force a trade of queens. At the moment, it's not a threat. But, you know, I was concerned, like, he's going to go here. This is sort of stupid, right? He can't go there right away. So I decided to take here and then try to force him with knight e4. And then here, I hesitated. The plan was to play d6, and for some reason... Oh, I didn't like... Yeah, I'm afraid of g4. Did you have e5 after rook g6? Maybe. After what? Oh, after rook g8, you mean? Did you write 8? You mean rook g8, e5? Yeah, I can play it. It's strong. Yeah, this is strong. But we would transpose, no? I think it would transpose. Oh, no, that's the game. Wait, what did you mean? Well, I can't play e5 twice. Oh, e6. Well, no, not with my queen hanging. That's quite a sacrifice. You mean on the next move? Like here? Or after rook h6, you mean on the next move? I could have played it here. Yeah, I mean, I could absolutely play e6. Yeah, that's what a 4-pawns attack player would do. Just smack him. Yeah, just push. Game over, man. Never get out of the boat. No, e6 is game over. Yeah. That's game over. It's a slow game. It's a slow game over. You know, I wanted to, like, beat him tactically. This is like just suffocating him slowly. Then the boa constrictor has to digest for like 2 days. If you play e6. I'm going to have to do like 2 days. 2 days worth of digestion in order to convert this to a win. I wanted to like keep it open. You know, so I'm like, oh yeah, we'll just do whatever. And then I was like, oh, yeah, this is annoying. And then boom, rook h6, you're lost, buddy. I just lost. And he did not let me off the hook. I thought I had like a very slim hope here with a pass pawn. And Richard has had trouble converting winning positions. He's had a few. You know, and it's not that easy. But he managed to play this really well. He switched up his blockade, played very logically, and by trading rooks, he was able to essentially win the game. And then h5 was a KG move because he's threatening queen g1 and winning a rook with queen g4 check. This was well played. Even giving me a protective ass pawn wasn't a problem because eventually I'm going to drop something. Yeah. It's a good game. Good game. Good games, guys. Thank you for your support, Arsenal. Glad to have you back. And, you know, we'll be back hosting our crushingly strong Tuesday, probably Swiss tournament in Rapid. Thanks, guys, for supporting the stream. Astrobate gifting sub, Mr. Coffee resubscribing. Lots of gift subs from Mr. Sohan12. Astrobate R. Brenton. Thanks, guys. Not tomorrow.